His time
And he's
came
not going to
quick.
make it.
Yeah. All right. So, who wants to recap what happened in the last session? Zorg, you want to? Because half of
I
that
think
session was you.
Secret should.
Secret also was
Secret
half of the
also was
session.
me.
I'm
2 full
eating dinner at the
hours.
same time. For the love of
Okay,
God, don't make me do it.
okay. So Zorg talked with Zalile and Ash about what they think about gods, how people are treated, and civilization as a whole.
I have returned.
We ha-
Welcome back.
we
We're in the
had
middle of a recap.
we
Zorg is
had some
recapping.
we had some very interesting talks. As Zalile kind of agrees with Zorg about how not all gods are good, but some are still good for humanity. Secret talked to his dad about a lot of things. Mainly about the shard and about the futures that he's seen, I'm pretty sure. That's about all I remember.
Okay, let's go into more detail on all of that.
Okay.
So Zorg does. So what Zorg was speaking about was basically Zorg does effectively think that the world should be changed. He thinks that what was it? It's like everyone should be equal or something like that. Everyone should be treated fairly.
There
forget
should be
which
less
one of-
greed in the world.
Less greed, more fair. Though he wasn't particularly clear on an exact plan or a mode of government to achieve this task. But the three of you generally do agree that the world right now isn't exactly the most pleasant world to live in, and change is necessary from what you guys believed. Secret spoke with his father about a giant variety of things. So, Secret doesn't think he should trust the people who want to the people who are going to be part of the upcoming rebellion or the noblemen. But like he doesn't he's made his point clear several times that he doesn't really particularly care about the politics. He's just trying to get what he wants, which is the lightning shard to prevent the whole ascendancy shenanigans. Sirkava's basically Sirkava is thinking about the political side as well, thinking that how these wars conclude is probably going to affect future wars, especially the War of the Ascendancy. Let's see. There was a big talk about what the heretic spoke about, the Liberator. I don't actually remember. Zorg, did you yearn for the Liberator? Did any of you yearn for
We didn't
some
say that specifically. Zorg just talked about revolution.
revolution? Yeah. It's a revolution, not just in Vir, but basically of the whole world. But Sirkava spilled some of the beans, not all of them. Sirkava said that when that orc with burn scars had been speaking in the flashback that Secret saw.
I thought it was a Goliath.
Yeah,
I mean,
Goliath.
yeah, Goliath. I might have said the wrong thing. Yeah,
The DM's
Goliath.
racist.
What did I say? I thought I did say Goliath.
An orc.
You said orc, dude.
You
I said an
You
orc?
said- None of those letters. I mean, other than O, none of those letters are in Goliath.
I hate how my brain works sometimes. My brain is saying one thing and then my mouth says another thing.
I've been
I mean,
there.
strong and stupid. What's the difference?
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call the...
Now who's racist?
Zorg's extremely offended.
He seems like the very offendable type.
Ah, yes, take offense to the narrator. Anyways, sorry to derail.
But yeah, the Goliath with burn scars over him, with burn scars all over him, spoke about the Sword of Liberation, a sword that is meant to, according to Sir Kava, is meant to solve the demonic threat once and for all. Because the demonic gods, are very, very difficult to kill even to other gods. The Secret did give a warning to Zygon after being tricked by Pyre to say his name out loud. And Zygon basically said that if anyone were to attack Zakir right now, they wouldn't find what they are looking for there.
The droid you're looking for.
In fact, we should probably jump back to the very beginning of the session and cover that. Sorry that this is a little chaotic. So, at the very beginning of the session, Secret basically contacted Zygon and told him that there was likely an Ascendant somewhere in Waganshi that has the power of sound. Zygon says that Sir Kava and other people likely warn him about future events all the time, and they rarely come to pass. So, it seems like he's taking Secret's word with a few grains of salt, but he did say he's going to be sending some agents over. Zygon will be coming into town in 3 days, basically. Tomorrow is the war sport. 2 days from now is when Secret and Stefan are going to be going head-to-head against each other during the negotiation.
Fuck, that's tomorrow?
No, that's 2 days. That's 2 days
okay.
from now. Tomorrow is the war game. 2 days from now is when the House of Steel is going to be negotiating with both the House of Berg, the House of Veer, and Secret. And Stefan will also be in there throwing a wrench into their plans. And 3 days from now, Zygon will pop into town, and then we'll have the big confrontation between Zorg and Zygon that could potentially end with someone dying. Zorg said, we'll just have to wait and see how angry Zorg gets, whether it's instant rage on sight or whether they're just going to be talking. And then Zygon continues being an arrogant asshole until they provoke each other. We'll see. But back over to Secret's encounter with Sir Kava. Sir Kava was very...
Sorry to speak up, guys. I need to go AFK for a few minutes. Again, apologize. I will let you know when I'm back by undeafening myself.
Okay. First, Secret met Gwendolyn Wright from the House of Wright, the intelligence house, basically. And she basically asked Secret, if you hear anything, forward the names to us and we'll make them disappear, basically. And also invited Sir Kava into his room. Secret was very skeptical and suspicious at first, but he proved his identity by naming Secret's mother, among other things. He might just be a really good doppelganger, you never know. They can read minds too. But as far as the session went, it seems Secret believes that he is who he states he is. So, among the many things that they talked about, the Divine Crusade, the gigantic world war that ended 10 years ago, it was fought over basically the idea of how to deal with the demonic threat. He's vaguely stated that there were two plans. one of which you have an idea about, the Sword of Liberation, though he did very briefly talk about unification. But he didn't go into detail about what the other option was. He states that Rukari, the god of vengeance, probably doesn't have something against the Pantheon. He also doesn't really care who's got a vendetta or has a quest for revenge. He gives his power to even people who want to kill him. So it's likely not a big conspiracy by Rukari to kill all of the other gods as revenge for the destruction of Baruch. He wasn't even present when Baruch was destroyed, basically, was what Surkava said. We did not talk about that, so I'm not going to say that. Surkava was very curious about how Ascension works in particular, and he basically asked Secret and also wanted him to forward the message to Pyre that both Zygon and Surkava were thinking of allowing one of them to ascend, but warning them that they would likely become a pawn of the gods in that case. They would be losing much of their freedom to act independently. He seems to know some of how Ascension works. Whenever someone ascends, there's typically a massive explosion of whatever power they take. That has been witnessed down south during some ascensions down there. And it was remarkably different to how you guys gained your lightning powers. When Ash first touched the lightning stone, all he got was basically a small static shock. Compare that to what happened to Seeker when he grabbed his stone. He got full-on electrocuted. The stone in Ash's possession also shot out lightning and jumped out of its bag and was slowly flying towards Secret. He theorizes that the shards would likely get more powerful in the presence of each other. And
He demonstrated it.
Yep, he asked Secret to demonstrate to basically confirm his theory. He also warned that very soon it's possible that he's going to be facing someone else who has the power of lightning. Whether or not it's Drugel or not, that will remain to be seen. He also cautioned that some other people are attempting to influence Drugel as well. So you will need to watch out for that, or possibly put more pressure on trying to influence Drugel. Let's see.
Hey, folks, sorry to interrupt again.
You're fine.
I will not be playing tonight. There are going to be a lot of interruptions. I need to put my focus where it's important.
Okay.
But I intend to be there next week. Sorry for the last minute notice. It's just things to keep going down.
Okay, yeah, that's
Understandable,
fine.
dude, it's
It's all
life.
fine.
Life comes first.
Yeah. Absolutely love you guys, and I'll see you next week.
Yep,
Be
take care.
safe, stay safe.
See ya.
Alright. Surkava did state that there is a way to thread this needle and minimize damages from the upcoming war that will be happening. But it's going to be very tricky trying to thread that needle. And unless I've forgotten anything else important, there are some small details I've left out. Actually, maybe it is a major detail. Surkava didn't know that Zalil had the Mark of Visage on him. He stated that the power of Visage is now... He didn't realize that the power of Visage can now hide god marks on souls.
So that
And what?
joking around, is he jealous of that?
I mean, not really. Like, although they might be gods, they aren't all powerful. They have their own specializations. Sarkava is seeing the future, seeing fate, changing fate, and doing stuff like that. Alright. Unless there's anything else anyone else wants to add, we will be starting the session. Alright. Camera is going to zoom right back into Secret and Sarkava. Is there anything else you want to ask Sarkava before he gives his final statements?
I'll try to push him again on what's the reunification? Or the unification. You already said it.
Unification.
Yeah, I'm your
Push
favorite son. You should want to tell me.
I have many favorite sons. I have many favorite sons. Let's see.
Yeah, but none of them are fluffy like me.
I can also tell you that none of them have tried to manipulate me by trying to act cute with cat eyes.
Hey. Did it work?
You go with you what you got.
I mean, yeah. Are you gonna try to break out the cat eyes again?
Yeah, sure. You know what? Listen, if it gets the job done, what would that be?
like-
Persuasion?
Yes. Make a persuasion roll again.
21.
Sakaba decides to pull out his little laser thing and make you chase it up the wall.
Hey,
Your
might
eyes
work.
remind me of your mother.
Secret fights the urge every day to knock things off of tables, so I mean...
As you have stated last session, yes.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
He just knows.
So that's who spilled my flask.
Yes, now you have angered Sarkava. You accidentally knocked over one of his drinking flasks. Unification. Liberation and unification. All you need to know is that it's close to impossible to kill a god. Liberation and unification, I'm sure you can gather what the ideas behind the two weapons might be. You've likely heard the Liberator described in that flashback, so it
It
probably wouldn't be
severs
too much of a
mana.
stretch.
So I'm assuming then whatever unification is, it combines gods, or combines something with gods. Yes?
I will neither confirm nor deny anything.
Helpful.
Apologies, but this is sensitive information.
But it's a weapon. You said it was a weapon. You accidentally told me something extra.
Yes. Something
Who
of
names
that
their
nature would
weapon
have to be a
unification?
weapon. Could you repeat that?
Oh, he said, who names their weapon unification?
It's not unification,
It's
it's
a real
the
long
unifier.
spear. You put it through 2 or 3 people at one time. It unifies them.
We'll go back into your ancestors now.
It's not named unification, it is named unifier. And this is out of
Oh,
character,
huh.
not in character. Liberator and unifier.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know which one sounds more horrible, but you know, they both sound kind of bad. He shrugs. I don't understand. Why a war over that, though?
And he states, It's definitely something that could, well, it could easily end the Age of the Gods. One of which could end the whole world as we know it. The other one would keep it locked up. It's a very... It definitely affects the whole world, and we couldn't talk things out. There were unforeseen events and unforeseen consequences.
I can understand fighting each other directly, but what I don't understand is you got mortals involved. Thousands died over this, over something that they probably didn't even know what they were fighting about. It's kind of messed up. Not to sound sacrilegious as your son and everything, but
Most people, well, it's actually very common. It's very common for people to simply bear arms in the name of their gods to uphold their ideologies. That's exactly why this material world exists. Geist has gone on crusades before at my command. Zygon has also commanded the people of Zakir. Same with all the other gods in their sphere of influences down south. It's simply the way the world works.
you'll forgive me if I continue to walk the line of being your son and serving the church while being independent then. You're the one who said we should all live our lives. It's in your books.
Indeed.
I'm just doing as you asked.
But you do have to bear in mind that being part of the church and being part of the organization does have its responsibilities. I am not going to pressure you into staying, but as long as you are officially affiliated with the church, you have responsibilities you must undertake.
Which I will. As long as you or the church don't go absolutely batshit rogue, I will continue to do my duties as promised. I still owe everything I owe to the church and yourself. I'm not stupid. And even if I was.
Are you going to say
That's
something?
just even if I was. No, it's literally just even if I was. That's it. That's
Okay.
how he leaves it.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, like he said, this is just Monday. They will, if the gods don't like something, they rally the mortals, and that's just how it works, and that's why they created it. Like, that's literally why the mortal world exists.
Well, the only other questions I can think of are kind of not relevant to the situation as a whole. So, perhaps I'll bug you a different time. I don't think you'll answer the ones I want you to answer anyways.
And also out of character,
Yeah.
gods do call their mortals to action for even less. For example, in Drensis,
Oh, yeah.
orcs engage a wild hunt, and that's pretty much just a contest of strength when they go down south and raid both Keist and Veer. So yeah, life is very cheap in this world, especially since it's a very high population.
I mean, plus, on a grand scale, you said it was like, what, roughly 2 years between reincarnations? Like, it ain't that difficult. So...
Yep. Basically, warfare is meant to happen quite a bit. Even a city-state like Rivenera would have something like... Well, Rivenera is the absolute higher end, but they have about 6 standing armies, basically. It would be very common for a city-state to have 2 or 3 standing armies.
Okay, I lied.
Anyway.
I'm going to ask you anyways. Just one more question, Dad. Why is the Oracle? The Oracle. Why her? You have like a thing
What?
for her?
It's typically... No. I've sworn off any funny business with my church. It tends to attract a lot of imposters and a lot of bad will. As such, I have a personal rule and a public rule to not mingle with anyone with the church. As far as she's concerned, it is true that Lucia Keist, the third Dragon Knight, is indeed a lot more devoted than she is. As far as she is concerned, the reason why I chose her was because I believed and I foresaw that she would have the most positive impact on fulfilling Lucia's dream, though she has existed long before. Basically, I do have faith in her abilities in the future.
What does Cassidy have to do with her? You said she's a virgin, so he can't be her kid. But he still likes to spread the rumor he's yours. And I know he's oddly powerful and oddly lucky for someone of his stature. Did you bless him? Is he your son? If I'm weaponizing him in my own way, I need to know about him.
You only need to know what you have to know. All you need to know is that I am indeed his father.
That's disappointing. So he is my brother.
Yes, one of your many half-brothers.
You'll forgive me for not outwardly showing joy. But he's okay.
Be sure to keep him out
Still.
of trouble.
I'll do my best. I'm mostly just weaponizing his luck. I thought mine was good, but his is something.
Yes,
So
it certainly is a bit something.
at this point, I don't think he'd want to work for anyone else but me anyways. Probably the best seer he's ever had the pleasure of being under.
Well, he does have his moments of extreme luck. Just, be prepared for when you have to be his luck at times.
Yeah. Well, fine. If I need more, I'll look for you. Or maybe I
I'm not a-
probably won't find you.
I'm not a helicopter parent, my son.
No, but some direction would be nice every once in a while. Or even a hello. How are you, son? I'm great. Thanks for asking, Dad. That goes
Oh,
a long
shit.
way too, you know.
I forget
Get
if
you
he
more
even said
birthday
hello.
gifts.
Did he say hello? I think he did.
I don't think he did.
Damn
Did
it. I don't remember. I don't think he introduced himself. He didn't initially.
No, I had to
introduce himself,
suss it
I don't
out of
think.
him.
Yeah.
I had to suss it out of him. Granted,
Yes,
he made
that's-
it incredibly easy to guess, but
And he states, "You'll have to forgive me. When you've lived this long, you tend to grow out of touch with humanoid customs."
maybe a birthday gift or two. I don't know.
Don't push your luck. You already got a big gift from me today.
I don't know. Listen, maybe I did today, but who's to say next year? You know,
And-
I celebrate a birthday every single year I'm alive.
And you wonder why I don't visit you kids often. I give you an inch and you all want to take several miles. Just because
Hey, I'm
your
just-
daddy can do anything. Oh, theoretically.
Well, I mean, can't blame me for trying.
Just looking in the window from the outside. What's up, Daddy?
It's a blessing and a curse, kid. It's gonna be the same answer anytime Ash asks any question. It's the same answer every time. It's a blessing and a curse. All right. Well, I'll find you if I need you. I'm
And then-
sure. I'm sure this will get sorted out.
I have utmost faith in you. At least
That's
most of the
dangerous.
futures I've seen. Most of the futures I've seen, you're successful.
Most. Well, that.
Well, nobody's perfect.
Except you, of course, I assume.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why I don't like making myself public. Because sometimes people don't. Because sometimes the common folk don't understand that not all futures are guaranteed. They don't want to hear that something will happen most of the time. They want to hear that their future will definitely happen.
That's why I tell people that fate is a culmination of your choices coming together.
But I do have one last thing to add. In the future, you're going to meet a very interesting individual. A Thri-kreen, in fact.
Let me guess. Offer him to work under this? Does he have a stake?
He's... At the very least, he seemed like a very unusual circumstance. I believe whatever you learn from him, even from simple observation, would be very important. Especially to the church and to the other gods, especially Zygon.
Well, then consider it done. Just tell me where I'll meet him, and I will make sure it happens.
It's likely you'll be meeting him sometime soon within the next few days. It all depends.
In town.
Yes.
Okay. And I will make it so, and if he seems worthy of the time, I will offer him a spot in our little merry band. Even if I have to use a church to pay him like some people.
I'm gonna move you into the other chat for a moment. Because there is something I
Okay.
do want to say.
Okay. Hello.
By the way, Sir Kava says,
Hmm.
if he... Do not let him... Under no circumstances should you let him cast any spell on Ash.
Any spell?
Any spell at all.
Dare I ask why?
Ash has some... Ash has a demonic influence on him. And
I am
there's
aware of that.
And there's a very big concern that that demonic influence could affect the Thri-kreen. Like I said, the Thri-kreen has a very unusual circumstance. He has a manner of demonic influence on him as well, but it doesn't seem to be forcing his will to... It doesn't appear to be forcing his will to obey that of the fallen gods.
Why? Do you know?
That is a good question. That is why you're going to be investigating him. At the very least, it doesn't seem like he's going to be belligerent or have any ulterior motives.
Is that why you think he would be useful to our investigation?
Indeed.
Does that mean I can't heal him? You know, that's pretty much what I mostly do, is support and heal people.
you can
not much of
heal
a fighter.
Ash? You can heal Ash because you don't have the same demonic influence on you that the Thri-kreen does.
So the Thri-kreen can't heal Ash or do anything with
Correct.
Ash magically.
Correct, because there is a risk based on how their demonic influences might interact.
Can I heal the Thri-Kreen or cast spells on him? Miracles, I mean.
It doesn't seem like there's anything negative would happen if you did that. Not at least in the futures that I've seen.
Okay. Well, fine. I will keep an eye out for it, but just keep in mind, unless I can tell them bluntly not to do it, I can't be there all the time.
That would likely be the best. Since you are a seer, you could just state that. You could just state that. it
I had a
is-
vision.
Yes, a vision that something bad would happen. At the very least, there seem to be mixed results based off of their curses' interactions with each other.
What does he look like so I know what I'm looking for, besides the fact he's a Thri-Kreen? I know they're recognizable in themselves, but
You might not recognize him at first glance because, and I forget, but I'm pretty sure he's wearing a robe all the time. He's going to be wearing likely a black robe, I think.
black robe with a bug face.
Yep, and he's. I'll let Zoid describe himself, but he would give
When I find him, yeah.
Yeah, he would give you like the color of the carapace. I'm not sure if it is going to be that much different from the image or
Okay.
any of the other details, but yeah, I'll let him introduce himself, but he does give you an accurate description.
Okay. I will tell the others if they see a Thri-Kreen around to let me know immediately.
Very well. Alright, I'm gonna move you back.
Hello.
What?
Alright. We were definitely not talking about things that could heavily impact anything in the future.
Nope.
Nope.
Good enough. Good enough.
Alright. And if there's nothing, well, we probably should just end it right here. At this point,
Yeah.
you hear,
Session, guys. I love y'all.
Yeah,
I
same,
know.
bro.
I did bomb session.
oh, well, fine, if you guys want to leave so badly.
Look, I'll keep talking.
Yeah, but at this point, you hear a loud bang on the door. Yo, dude, you in there?
You might be time to go out the back. You said not to tell
Hey.
him you were here.
And he looks at you and he says, "Well, I would if there wasn't. Well, I would go out a different door if there was a door. But don't worry. Don't worry. I have a plan for this. Just act natural. Just act natural.
Okay.
And remember, don't say a word of this to Cass. Snap.
I
And
forgot
he-
what his actual name was, though. What he said his name was. It was like Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin Lastol and Sirkava. Basically, he doesn't want you to mention either
Right.
of those names to Cass.
Right, no. Okay.
And he-
I'll just point at him and be like, your move.
As the door turns, he snaps his fingers, and he's switched with a one of the waiters. He's now sitting in the chair. He's got the little, what is it, catering tray. He's got a tray of whatever it is you've ordered recently. And he
I think it was
kind
just
of-
appetizers and like light drinks because he doesn't want to get drunk or too hungry before his dinner date.
yeah, you ordered a house cocktail. And you
Oh, right. I ordered a mocktail. That's right. Mm-hmm.
And the waiter just kind of looks around. He looks a little confused. How'd I get here?
It's about time. Yeah, about time you showed up. Would you mind getting the door, please? Someone knocked.
And the door opens. Yo, dude, secret! And Cass is Cass is the first one in. He waves hello to you.
Ah, my favorite half brother.
And the waiter quickly sets the appetizer tray down on the table along with your drinks and says, "Oh, please, sorry, excuse me, I must have zoned out or something for a moment. My apologies." As he's bowing profusely, he sets the tray on the table and starts setting up the area. And he says, and Cass walks in, and right behind him is presumably Lucille. It's a woman that you've seen a few times before, but never really spoke with.
Mm.
And she gives a
I'll
bow,
stand up.
she gives a bow, pulls her dress out.
Like a curtsy.
Yeah, like the curtsy, like, I'm not sure how to describe it, like, what they would do back in the olden days for the courtesy bow. And she says,
Pretty close to what you described. So,
and she says, "Greetings, my name is Lucille Keist, granddaughter of Lucia Keist. Pleasure to meet you."
Secret Dream, no last name, of Radiant Claw. Pleasure is mine. He'll nod and bow politely himself. Come, have a seat.
Oh, so Dream's not your last name. I see.
Now, Secret Dream is my actual, as you humans would put it, first name. Tabaxis don't generally have a last name, occasionally a family or clan name, like Radiant Claw, but we are typically based or named after circumstances related to our birth. For example, I was Mom's secret dream with Sorkava. She was born in a lazy garden, is the way I understand it. That's how Tabaxis get their names. You may call me Secret if it's easier. Or Dream. Most people just call me Secret.
Shoot. How do I want to say it? No, I definitely wouldn't want to say it like that, but thank you for the input.
It's like, if Lucille, if she starts talking like Cassidy, I'm out of here.
So, like, dude, what's up? Like, just fucking, both of them are talking like surfers.
Both of them just like fucking like, bro, dude, there's some totally bodacious waves out in the harbor. You want to go catch some? Are they doing like
So
the fucking
gnarly.
Hawaiian? Are they doing like the Hawaiian like surfer Y thing where they shake their hand after making the sign language Y? Yeah.
Yeah. And Secret's just sitting there thinking, oh god, am I really the only normal one?
This church sucks. Come in. I ordered appetizers.
Sincerity, my weakness. How do I do extreme serious? Let's see. She would say, in response to you being her secret dream. Damn it. Now that I will admit that I have not done this type of character before, and now that I think about it, it's kind of making me cringe just a little bit.
Too late now. Gotta own it.
She states, secret dream, because you are, well, her secret dream. It's kind of romantic in a way. And it's a very memorable and special name. At least, that's what I feel. I'm sorry if you... sorry if that is a little embarrassing.
Not at all. All Tabaxi's names are taken differently to different meanings to different people. We don't think too hard on it. Names aren't as important as what you do. And I
with
serve the
that-
church.
With that, I agree. Let's see. The two of them do take their seats. The waiter apologizes one more time as he quickly leaves after getting the table set up. He also drops some menus for you guys to order from. Let's see. Did you already order the food? I forget. I think you did. Didn't you?
I think it was just a small appetizer.
Just a small appetizer? Okay.
Small appetizer with the mocktail.
Okay. All right. You do have 3 glasses of water as well, one for each of you.
I apologize, I won't be eating much. I did incredibly poor planning, and I have another dinner date after this as well.
Whoa, dude. Is it a lady? Is it a guy? What is it? You gotta tell. Are you gonna get in a relationship? Dude!
Well, if you must know, it's Clearheart woman from the competition.
The Clear who? What woman? I don't know any of their names, dude.
The woman with the drums. The orc.
Oh, dude. So what you're saying is that you scored.
Not quite, but maybe. She has information relevant to the case I told you I was working on that you're going to be helping me with. And maybe a little bit of the second one, but that's a whole other story.
Oh, dude. You mean the road trip? Oh, that's gonna be so cool.
Yes. Apparently, whoever is in charge of Waganshi now might have another one of those stones for sound. After we wrap up here, I plan on checking it out, and I'm taking you with me. And Lucille, if you don't mind, I was hoping to convince you to help me with this as well, as a member of the church.
3 demigods traveling off to a distant foreign land. Well,
The land of my people, technically, where we came from before the tribe settled in Drenzus.
Oh, your homeland. I see. Waganshi
Well, it's
is
not-
your homeland.
It's not mine. I've never been. I've only been to Drenzus and around
Ancestral
Drenzus.
land. Your
Yes.
ancestral land. That is interesting. I was indeed hoping to use this opportunity to know the world and see what it's like, as well as, well, do what I can for other places. Some more fortunate, some less fortunate, just to help out. Dude, you should really know how to relax. It's probably not going to be too difficult, dude? Just take it easy. Let your luck do the talking, dude.
But he looks over Cassidy for a moment and looks over back at her and says, perhaps we can be mutually beneficial then. You want to see the world and help out. I have the direction, and what I'm working on will get you both of those things. Because I get the feeling Waganshi is not the only place. I am used to traveling ever since I became a proper cleric. That's what I've done. Traveled where the church needs me. If you haven't done a lot of it, though, there is something, to use a word you used earlier, there's something romantic about the idea. Traveling.
Yeah,
And
dude.
it's
3 demigods traveling the world, fighting crime and saving the world. It sounds awesome.
perhaps, before you go talking about saving the world, did you inform her what the mission is? What I've been doing? Did you say saving the world as if it's every Tuesday?
And Lucille says, well, From Cass's language, he said it was a road trip of some sort, something about being from Sirkava and something about gods. So
I
I
see. He's
believe
been. The
I
answer is
believe-
no.
Yes. We
Let me
better if
start
you
from the
explained.
beginning. Looks over at Cassidy for a moment and then looks back at her, sighs. What I'm working on is a direct task from Father, who has given me authorization to use church resources to finish. I'm sure you've heard of the rumors of what's going on down south with all of the strange happenings.
No, I'm sorry, I can't say I have. I've been a bit engrossed in my cleric training.
Then let me tell you. Basically, there are these people known as ascendants. There are these shards called ascendant shards, each one representing a different concept: lightning, sound, love, things like that. Things that a god would embody. Yes? What's going on is if somebody gets their hands on all of the shards and completes it, well, they seem to be able to ascend to something akin to godhood. Some of those
see.
shards are here in Veer. He'll take out the lightning shard. This is one of them. This is the one for lightning. The more shards together in a spot, the more powerful they become. Whoever holds them all gets the power. I am on a mission to make sure that the ones here in Veer do not fall into the wrong hands. However,
see.
it turns out there are more of these, as I've said. While I am doing the one here, another one has popped up on my radar for Waganshi, which is why that will be our next place. Because supposedly the Primarch of the country, from what I've heard, has found the one regarding sound, which is why sound magics are suddenly coming out of Waganshi like nobody's business.
I see. And
The
our job.
reason. Sorry, go ahead.
So our job is to prevent all of these shards from falling into the wrong hands. Do we have any
Yes.
idea on how many of them there are?
No. And from what I can gather, this seems to be a side effect of the Divine Crusade from 10 years ago. I don't know all the details. Just things I've been reading in my research and visions. I've seen visions of the future when the Ascendants all start fighting each other and start fighting the gods. And then thousands upon thousands start dying.
A war potentially worse than the Divine Crusade. That is
Much worse.
fairly alarming.
Potentially even global. Don't even think about the continent.
And you believe that she looks over at Cass for just a moment, that will be of good support to you.
I do, for different reasons. Cassidy, as obnoxious as he is, he looks over at Cassidy for a moment.
Cass is bouncing, like, let's just say that you've got some little sandwiches as your appetizer, and he's just kind of playing with his food, just kind of like trying to balance it on his nose as you guys are talking.
Cassidy, I used to think I was lucky until I met Cassidy. Cassidy's luck is ridiculous. I'm just to be unprofessionally frank. He's ridiculously lucky. I have deduced that I think I can weaponize that luck towards our benefit. You, on the other hand, have the lineage already, as well as the potential to become as great as your grandmother, if not more, the way I see it. And I think you also, being a daughter of our shared father, I think that you also probably have a lot of luck. And more brains than him. So for audacity. I think
the sandwich begins falling. Gives you a thumbs up with the sandwich in his mouth.
so yes, I think that you would be incredibly helpful, along with potentially guiding your training in a way that we could all use. I am willing to help you train in your clerical duties while we're traveling if you are willing to help me.
I see. I think we all could definitely learn something from each other. We're all demigods, and we're all still trying to understand how to use each of our powers in different ways. I definitely see this. I think if all goes well, we definitely could change the world in a sense.
Keep in mind, change the world, yes, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to prevent war, or at least global war, godly war. War of mortals doesn't interest me. That's just normal things.
And I think it's a fairly noble intention to want something like that. It's true. The petty local squabbles, especially the infighting of Vir, aren't particularly of high concern. But this ascendancy you talk about, if it does come to pass, well, how exactly are we going to deal with all of them? Are we just going to try to take all of the crystals by force, or are we going to try to negotiate and get...
Admittedly, I'm not 100% sure. That's the problem. Some people ascending might be a good thing, while others be a bad thing. We have to follow the strands of fate and see where they go. But yes, some stones probably taken by force. Some, well, probably given to those we deem worthy of trust or can negotiate.
Well,
I'm hoping, based on what I've heard about the one of Waganshi, that we can negotiate with him rather than have to take it by force. Especially before Zygon gets involved. Oh yes, Zygon's coming in 3 days. The dragon himself.
He would be described as a fire giant.
Oh,
He's
the
not...
fire giant himself. Sorry, I was thinking of Pyre.
Yeah. The mother is the dragon, but the Zygon is the fire giant. But, Zygon, the god of fire, and
Innovation.
The god of fire and innovation. And what is he coming to Vir for?
Initially, when Pyre got involved and we needed help and guidance, and as a part of a master plan to keep the stones from falling in the wrong hand, Zygon's son and I, Pyre, we decided to split, initially to give one of the shards to Zygon himself. That way, the shards wouldn't be together, and even if someone stole the rest of them, they wouldn't be able to become a god. Father seems to think that maybe, well, I think the visions I get seem to possibly think or lead that maybe it should be somebody we trust ascends with the stone. I'm still not sure. The visions are clouded and I'm still sorting through them in my head. The only thing I know for sure is Zygon was initially promised that stone, and that's what he's going to come here for. If I can't convince him otherwise, if I deem these visions worthy, then I will give him the stone as intended. Because I'm not going to fight Zygon. I'm not stupid. And technically, Zygon is part of the Pantheon, and he's supposed to be an ally of Dad's.
Though not all gods see eye to eye. Some gods are constantly in conflict.
Which is where the other part comes in. I want you both to be extremely wary. News has come to me, both by Random Heretic and using the threads of fate to look into the past. By the way, be very careful doing that. I had a terrible headache when I went backwards in time. Um,
Oh, dude, let me try.
no.
You see him start staring really intensely. What was Secret doing the other night? But go
Yeah,
on.
okay.
Yes. Unless you want to slap him, he's probably just gonna
Yeah.
keep doing that.
Yeah, I just kind of look at him and like, both of you, be aware, there is a half-burned Goliath that is going around telling people heretical information about the stones, while technically truthful. Very bad things that people, probably mortals especially, should not be burdened with the knowledge of. In particular, bringing awareness to these stones. Someone is trying to get more people involved with this. And I think it's somebody from one of those 2 city-states that Zygon burned down during the Crusade. I think.
Specifically, the 2 city-states that Zygon burnt down was just... One of them was Baruch, and the other one was Tereth up in the north.
Yeah.
Grandalia was sunk 100 years ago.
So
unknown.
it would be Baruch, I think, is what he would be referring to in this case. Yeah, somebody from Baruch.
Even if Keist and Veer launched a crusade, it sounds like Baruch is not the type to give up, give in, or, well, reports say they won't die easily either.
No. And I don't claim to have full knowledge of what's going on, but this person, from what I could gather from research and threads of fate and all of that, this was somebody who died and came back, obviously. And they came back with a vengeance against the Pantheon. And they found out about the Ascendancy Stones and something even more dangerous that I'm not at liberty to talk about.
So in other words, he was given the Mark of Vengeance and came back from the dead.
Yes. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything because you know that God hands out that mark like left and right, even against people who hate him. So, that doesn't necessarily implicate him, but it does make things suspicious. But the Goliath, if you see a half-burned Goliath, do not approach. He is very dangerous from what I can tell. And I'd rather not see either one of you get hurt so early in your lives.
Does he have any special powers we should be aware of?
I don't know. I haven't heard of him fighting, but I'm going to assume...
The thing you do vaguely know is that he might be an Ascendant.
Yeah.
He could
The
potentially
only
have
thing
some power.
Well, I haven't seen him fight. I think he's an Ascendant. I don't know how else he would know about the stones otherwise. He might be also looking for the lightning shards. He might have another full stone. I don't know. What I do know is I don't think the 3 of us would be able to fight him on our own. I'm not even sure my party that I have working with me on this would be able to take him at full strength. Quite frankly, I don't know his capabilities at all. But I do know he's giving people information that they shouldn't have, which is going to cause things to get worse on this continent and then maybe beyond. But you will tell me if you see him.
If we see any half-burnt Goliath, then I will forward the message, especially if I see the Mark of Vengeance.
From what I know,
Cass-
it's unlikely he's in town, from what I've been told, but it's not impossible. Some sources have said he probably already left.
And Cass at this point, he's holding his head and goes, "Whoa, dude, those were some freaky ants you saw. Are those army ants?"
Oh, it worked.
Yeah.
Be very careful with that. I was told that can kill us if we keep doing that too much. Even you
Yeah,
don't have
it-
unlimited luck.
Oh, this isn't the worst hangover I've got, dude. I think I'll survive.
Drink your water.
But but I haven't drunk any alcohol yet, dude.
Drink your water.
Oh, fine. And he grabs his glass of water and starts drinking.
Looks over at her and says, I have no clue how you deal with him. Normally I have to be nicer.
With a lot of patience and with a lot of ear pulling.
Perhaps I should start trying that. You have elven ears. Are they sensitive? Goes to grab at one.
No. Don't touch the ears, dude. Anything but the ears. Like, he covers them and he backs up.
Noted. So, I don't expect you to make a decision today, Lucille. You can simply just chat for a bit before I have to go, but I figured I would at least be upfront with you about what I'm doing and posit the question for you while you think about it.
Traveling the world, addressing the ascendancy problem.
I will make sure that when we do leave, whatever you need to be caught up on, that I will help you with your studies. Out of character, do I have the ability to like ordain new clerics? Like as a seer? Like officially be like, you've completed your training. I now pronounce you an official, like you're a cleric now, not just a cleric in training. Do I have the ability to do that?
I guess since you are a bishop, I think bishops can do this. So yeah, you theoretically could, yes.
Okay. Then I'll say, yes, not only can I help you finish your studies, I can make it official.
Honestly, this all sounds like the beginning of one of the, what would it be? Well, they know it back then. It's just a fantasy book, a hero book, novels. I don't know how to put it. It's honestly like a book. It's honestly like a book that that my mother told me when I was young. A group of heroes traveling out on some grand god-ordained journey. I will admit it is making me a little excited. But I know,
Well,
it's a big mission. We could possibly
and it's
die.
potentially dangerous, yes. That's why I'm not going to pressure you to say yes. We could die.
I will think about it, and I will pray to my great-great-grandfather? Yeah. Great-great-grandfather. And that would be Sir Kava, most likely.
Then I will eagerly await your answer. I stay at the church. You can always leave a piece of paper on my office if I'm not around. We aren't going to be leaving anytime soon. You have plenty of time to think.
Duly noted. Let's see. At this point, Cass is still his usual chaotic self, but have you made it known? You've basically made it known that you want to learn what Cass has, right?
Yes.
Well, he wouldn't know this, but he'd say, "Alright, dude. It might take you a few attempts, but like, I can teach you a new thing." And he does the switch items things, and switches your mocktail with his glass of water.
Isn't ironically, isn't that what
Yes.
Sir Kava taught me last session? Okay, well then I
Yep.
will.
He doesn't know that you learned.
Right,
that.
I'll look down at him like, "Ow, impressive."
He goes to try to drink it.
I'll try to switch it back.
You technically don't have any charges, but I'll just allow it just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
And he starts drinking water. Wow, this is some watery cocktail. Looks down, sees that it's water. Oh man, you're a really fast learner.
Well, what can I say? Same father.
Normally it takes you dozens of attempts before you get it down, but you just got it down instantly. Man, that's pretty
Well,
cool.
it's similar to a technique that I'd already learned about switching people. It's just focusing on a more narrow thing. Once you figure that out, it's not that hard, actually, in my opinion. Not to downplay what you can do, it's still very useful, but the principles are similar. Now, if you taught me how to time travel, that might take me a few tries.
Nah, I think
come on.
the next natural thing would be to use it during combat on enemies while they're trying to resist you.
I have thought about using it to try to steal people's swords, since I've watched you, maybe. Now, I say enough business. Let's chat. I got time.
Okay. All right. And do you want us to just hand wave this?
Yeah.
Like you guys.
Hand wave that, and he'll do that until it's time for his next dinner with Clearheart.
All right. John does just DC'd, and I was gonna move the camera right over to him, but
Oh
I
shit, where'd he
wonder-
go?
I wonder if his power died because he's not in game anymore either.
Yeah, I
Like,
heard.
he left both.
I heard his wife for a second, but I feel like he would have said something. Normally he says like, "Oh, I gotta go help my wife with something. I'll be back."
He usually doesn't leave.
And usually he'll step away from his keyboard and then leave his mic unmuted, and then we'll hear everything.
He's still on Discord.
Yeah, I just send him a ping.
Okay.
I guess that would be
So
Zorg or Ash.
Zoid. There are a couple spots that you could enter in. Do you want it to be related to Secret, or do you want it to be related to Zorg and Ash? Zorg and Ash are going to the essentially like the rebellion meeting.
Whatever is the most natural occurring in the situation, given where I would be.
Oh yeah, I would have told them to look out for him, and tell me if they saw a 3 in town.
Okay.
For vision reasons. I wouldn't say how I know about it.
Well, it's the thing is, we probably wouldn't be going back to Secret unless you wanted to meet up with him after he's done speaking with Cass and Lucille. If
I
not,
believe
then-
that I would be where I would be most needed. So
Most needed. Okay. Well, this is still a bunch of talking and information gathering. Secret is a little bit injured. If you wanted to heal him, then we could go that route. If not,
I'd say-
then
I'd say it'd be the other
Okay.
more people. Yeah.
all right. All right, Ish, unmute. 'Cause now you two are up.
Ish, on you, bitch! Was the tone you basically gave that to him in.
Fine.
I know you're smoking several blunts over there. Don't you lie to me.
Honestly, we haven't. I've been drinking tequila today. The tequila's keeping me busy.
I'm just imagining Ash. What's a marijuana? As he's smoking it.
Okay. So the camera will move to you guys. Unfortunately, Zalal isn't here.
Okay, so set the setting for us. We're walking towards this meeting. Is
So-
it nighttime or is it evening?
Yeah. It's not pitch black out. There's still a little bit of sun out, but it's definitely late evening right now.
You can go into a building, come back out, and it'll be pitch black when you come back out, essentially.
When you walk towards the slum area, you see some town guard, like, they put their hands up and says, whoa, 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 whoa. Tourists shouldn't go past this point. It's a bit dangerous over here in the slums. For your own safety, you should definitely stay behind this line.
I'll speak up saying, I think I've been here for a minute or two. I've been here for, I don't know, I was here for last year's tournament. Technically, I
Wait.
don't consider myself a tourist anymore.
Wait a sec. You were in the last tournament, and they just kind of squint at your face. They look at you for a few seconds and goes, "Oh shoot, you're Ash, aren't you?" Well, it looks like, well, I suppose if you're able to win a tournament of steel, then you guys can watch over your own backs. But don't say we didn't warn you if trouble does happen over there. They've been getting a little bit rowdy over there in the slums. If they think any of you have money, they're probably gonna try to mug you.
I look at Zorg and I look at myself and I'm like, I don't think we'll have a problem here. We seem pretty dirty yourselves and poor.
Zorg starts flexing.
You haven't had a short rest yet, so you've still got that 16 strength. The guards say, well, actually, I'm not sure what Zalil would be wearing. He's probably wearing some sort of robe or something like that. He's got a disguise on, and I'm not sure if he's got the fine clothing. Alright, you two look like you can look out for yourselves. What about that guy? Are you escorting him or something? And Zalil's just sitting in the back. He's probably got a hood or something to cover his face.
We're his bodyguards.
Yeah, important business up further ahead. Thank you for the warning, though.
Ah, important business. I see. Well, if anyone says anything, we didn't see you. Got it? We don't want any trouble.
Same here. And I guess
Alright.
we'll proceed to walk along.
Alright. While you're walking down the streets, you do hear a little bit of a commotion off on the sides. You hear... You hear what sounds like a trash can being knocked over. And you hear muffled in the distance, "Come on, get in here!"
Zorg wants to rush over. See what's going on.
Okay. I know that these tokens represent Jacques and Grimm's, but they're also the generic mercenary tokens as well. So you see two mercenary bodyguards, presumably, who wear raiments that belong to the House of Steel. And it looks like one of them is trying to take the gold pouch off of a foreign visitor. Hold on. I think this one's the right picture. Yeah. Out of a visitor. Obviously, he doesn't have his gigantic chair with him, but he looks a bit. He definitely looks like he's not. Excuse me? All dwarves have gigantic rugged beards like that? Not all dwarves are Santa Claus, check yourself.
But this dwarf specifically is Santa Claus, right?
Ah, yes, this man is first name Santa, last name Claus. Yes. He comes directly from the non-existent North Pole in this world. New Kazarath.
Yes.
But he says, the dwarf is struggling with the money pouch. He's trying to take it back while the two mercenaries are trying to both have their hands on the money pouch. It looks like their fighting might make the money pouch break. But they say, if you don't want trouble with the House of Steel, then I recommend you just give us the money pouch and we'll just turn a blind eye. Capiche? If any of you want to speak up, you can do so now.
I'm gonna speak up and say, what's going on here? Is this a robbery?
What? No. We've just got a misunderstanding, you know? We did a job and we're looking to get paid. Now, I'd appreciate if you just walked along, buddy.
How much gold does he owe you?
Well, he wrapped it all up nice and fine in that gold pouch. No, they're not. These people are trying to mug me. Slimy bastards.
I'm gonna try to break up the fight.
The guy draws out his sword and he says, Now. Don't try to be a hero. You just keep walking along and act like nothing happened. This isn't worth dying over.
You dare whip out a blade on an orc?
You don't look that tough to me, orky boy. It doesn't matter how many muscles you've got. You won't die and bleed the same. So keep walking.
Zorg takes out his great club and his shield.
As Zorg does that, if I could, as all this is going on in front of me, I'd like to concentrate that electrical charge I've been feeling for a while.
The electrical charge is very, very, very weak. Much weaker than normal.
Who has my stones?
You don't know this yet in character. But you could have a theory if you noticed it yourself.
Okay. Well, I guess in character, I would just try to continue with what I'm wanting to do. I'm not really wanting to, like, kill or really damage anyone, but I would like to try and stun.
Okay. So you're gonna open up hostilities?
I'm gonna what?
Are you going to be making the first move?
Yeah.
Okay, what? So you said stun. Based off your previous skirmishes with, like, you've definitely been, based on your background, you've definitely been in these, little alley fights, these little slum area disputes. A lot of people don't fight to the death. If you just give them a good thwack or two, you'll probably send them off running, because most of the time, they aren't willing to risk their lives for these sorts of things. So, what are you going to do? Like, both of you are brandishing your weapon, or both that guy and Zorg are brandishing their weapons. The dwarf is still struggling over his coin pouch with the other guard. And the guard says, "You fuck with me, you fuck with the House of Steel. Are you sure you want to deal with the consequences of crossing the House of Steel?"
The Plague Doctor, what house did he belong to?
The House of Right.
Damn it. I don't think flexing my title again's gonna help any.
I mean, you
Zorg
just did a
is-
quest. You just did a quest. You could flex. Hey, I know Nikolai Goldsmith.
Okay, yeah,
Or,
we're gonna go
like-
that route.
Like we know these important people. Like we did a job for the House of Steel. We're in.
I'm trying to figure out was it Nikolai who we had talked to last, or who was it that?
Yeah, the administrator in the business district is Nikolai Goldsmith.
House of Steel, you say? I wonder how Nikolai might take to news of his house stealing from the guests coming into the air.
What? Make a persuasion roll, but I do want to continue just a little bit. What? Nikolai, you're in it big with the big guy? And why should I believe you, huh? Some random nobody off the street? Some foreigner? You want me to seriously believe that you're in it with the big guy?
Been paying attention to some of the tournaments that have passed. You might know who I am, but my fame or glory does not really bother me. Whenever your masters need something done, they know who to call to get the job done right.
Okay, make a It does sound like a persuasion. It doesn't sound like you're trying to intimidate them. So make a
I'm not.
persuasion roll. I guess it could be. You know who this guy is? The other guy, he glances over while fighting with the money pouch. No, looks like some lizard guy to me. You hear that? We think you're full of shit.
Zorg's tired of this fucking negotiating bullshit. Zorg's throwing his shield, and he's gonna do a ricochet. on
Okay.
both of 'em.
Make the attack roll. If you didn't have a shield action, then just make your, I think it's the same as your hand axe.
Normal shield. I wants me to click a token.
Yep.
There we
Good. You're not raging right now, so let's switch that off.
go. Yeah, sorry.
So it's, you also didn't add in the 1d6. It's just a +3 with your flat strength. So I will add that in. I'll add that in, and we're going to re-roll that damage. Okay, so you have so you deal 7 damage. Did I say each, or did I not specify? If I didn't specify, then 7 damage is for everything you hit. Do you remember?
No.
I remember writing it down. I forget if you copied and pasted it on your sheet.
I don't think I have that.
Ah, it is. Okay, Ricochet is right there. So it will take the same damage.
Yeah.
7 damage. You throw... It's like... You have your weapon out. They're expecting you to charge with your weapon or throw your weapon. They definitely weren't expecting you to chuck your shield at them. And the shield like clearly clocks one on the head and then clocks the other guy on the head as well. He lets go of the coin purse. And the dwarf runs behind. The dwarf takes the opportunity to run behind you as both of them hold their head. Ugh.
Can
What the hell was that?
Can Zorg use his Mark of Nile to erase their memory of this encounter?
Mark of Nile to erase the memory of their encounter.
Stepping out pretty big, boy.
I'd say if you wanted to attempt that, you would have to get into melee range. But you might only be able to affect one of them.
There'd be no way to affect both.
Not unless you grabbed one, dragged him with the other, and then tried it, but even then, it's not a guaranteed memory wipe. There's a chance it could go wrong. They do have a little bit of distance between them.
So how hard do I have to hit him to give him amnesia?
I mean, you could knock him out and hope that gives him amnesia. There's no guarantee. You just need to give them a little bit of brain damage. There's also no guarantee that that'll be non-lethal.
You got any drugs?
I don't have anything prepared on the spot to try and do anything. If I try and do anything with what I got, it could go wild and either it doesn't affect them or it could either go very bad. If you're wanting to risk something, we can risk something. And like either way, we're already kind of like fighting them on the spot from like my botany book. I feel like I do have like something that could cause them to fall asleep, but I don't have anything that would affect their memory. And then I do have something else that might cause them to get paralyzed, but I don't know if it's going to be 5 seconds or if it's going to be forever.
Oops, I accidentally used the eternal sleep medication. Oh well. Sometimes I get that mixed up in the hospital.
They gotta play doctor with better skills.
I guess we can eternally paralyze one and erase the memory of one. Give him a coma.
Yeah. Yeah. They currently have a slight daze. They will act after Ash decides what he wants to do.
Well, I'm looking in my list real quick to try and put one of them to sleep, or both of them, depending on how close they are. You did say they had a bit of distance from where they were at.
If you make so basically you just want a sleep smoke cloud, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you gonna amplify it?
I feel like amplifying.
It could go wild.
Do it.
How long can y'all hold y'all's breath? I asked the dwarf and Zorg.
Constitution. So I think it's 1 minute plus 1 minute for each of your modifier levels. So Zorg would be 1 minute plus 4 minutes, I think, unless that's half a minute. I forget.
5 minutes.
I'm like, if we're not wanting to paralyze him, I can make a smoke cloud. He is behind us. We just gotta choose a direction we run. But we're gonna go with paralyzing them or putting them to sleep. We're going with that.
Paralyzed.
I just tell them, hold y'all's breath and get ready to run as soon as I throw something on the ground or at them. I don't know how far away technically I am from these guards. Are they like 10, 15 feet?
You're close enough that Zorg can chuck something at him, which is something like 60 to 60 plus, so you'd probably be something like 40 feet. But you, so it's sleep, so it's a sleep cloud, and you're amplifying it, right?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, roll 2d20 for me, please.
2d20.
Oh god.
I've been slowly going through your botanical guide. It would probably be faster if I wasn't looking up actual plants to base them off of. 20, 16, 19. 16, 19.
You GM'd it.
That's fine.
Straight to DM.
That's fine, that's fine.
How do I change that if I just click over here?
Okay, let me just roll their Constitution saving throw.
So is a high roll good or a high roll bad? Does it depend?
In this case, no. Oh shit, do they not have their thing set up?
Clarify anything. Is it good or is it bad? In this case, no.
In this case, neither. It's neither good nor bad.
Wow, that's a great explanation.
Alright, I need to actually break out their character sheet. Bear with me. This thing does not have that thing set up. It's probably using the original 5e character sheet. Okay. To DM. What the hell is this stuff? Both of them are coughing a little bit. And one of them screams out, "Ah, my eyes! What the hell did he put in this stuff?" You hear a sword drop in the smoke as you guys are running off in the distance. And as you run away, yeah, the noises they make, it just slowly gets drowned out in the distance as you're starting to head away in the direction of the tavern. After you've traveled about several blocks, you told the dwarf to follow you, right?
Like, essentially, no, we didn't. But I mean, like, I'm hoping that whenever I said run, he'd run towards where we were running.
Yeah, you hear him call on us. Wait, I'm not as young as I used to be. I can't keep up with you youngsters.
Zord picks him up.
How heavy is this grown-ass adult dwarf?
Dwarves tend to be pretty fucking heavy.
Yeah, they could be something
they're
like
dense. They are dense.
something like 200 or 300 pounds or something like that.
Oh god.
Zord, do you even lift, bro?
Oh god.
I mean, shit, what is the rules for... Oh boy, what is the rules for strength? Because I don't remember. You determine that based off your strength score, I believe. So
My
your
modifier is
lifting
16.
strength... Your lifting
Mods.
strength is... Be right back, looking up compendium. Let's see. Lifting and carrying, ability scores. That's not the right one. Damn it. I'm just gonna say, 10 pounds. Probably 10 pounds for each strength score, maybe.
So 160 pounds.
No, that would actually... Let's say... You can easily carry a lot more than that because your encumbrance weight is that. So, screw it, let's say 30. 30 per ability score because I can't remember off the top of my head. So that would be... Boop, boop.
480.
Yeah. 480 pounds. This is a guy from Klinko, so I actually do need to double check a dwarf's average weight. All these obscure facts that I never knew I had to determine.
We're supposed to know this, Jor. Come on.
I'm sorry I don't know all the flavor stuff off the back of my... like the back of my hand, okay? 150
So
pounds.
we're just gonna be seeing Zord drag a small dwarf on the ground.
Well, bear in mind that dwarves in D&D are about 5 feet tall. 4 to 5 feet tall. They're not quite hobbit/halfling size.
Okay, I thought they were like 4 feet.
I thought they were midget style rule, where like if you were a literal midget dwarf, you have to be under like what 4?
No,
1?
think Gimli, because Gimli's like 5 feet tall. Ish. That dude's huge.
What?
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
But
You know, you can
So-
roll you can roll them down a hill really easily.
he's got a lot of heavy. He's carrying a lot of heavy stuff, and like this guy's definitely extremely heavy. You can tell that he's probably got a bunch of metal stuff on him. You even see a tool belt that's you see a little tool belt that's in his little backpack. And he goes, "Whoa there! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I guess if this is more efficient, sure. But, you know, I'd really appreciate it if you put me down."
Zorg ignores him and just keeps running.
I'm sorry about this, but we're in a rush. As we're running,
Well, I think we've probably gotten away from them. Unless, well, if you have places to go, you don't really need to take me along with you, unless you're intending to kidnap me, but...
not at all. Has he? Did we hear his name, or we haven't done
No.
introductions with him yet? Okay.
No.
Name's Ash. As we, I guess, start slowing down on our pace. Anywhere important
Yep.
you need to be tonight before you get harassed again?
I just needed to find, English is hard. I just needed to find a little gnome. Not sure if you know him, but his name is Harius. By the way, that's the gnome that you saved in the very first session.
Zorg would definitely not remember this.
Guy that I saved from the crate.
No. This would be in the introductory session. It's
The
the
one that
gnome that was playing
Pyre-
chess with
Yes,
Pyre.
with Pyre. Yeah. What happened to him?
I mean, you haven't kept in contact with him, so presumably he's probably still in the slums
Find out,
somewhere
yeah.
doing his
We're
job.
about to find out. I think I remember your companion. I just don't know where he lives.
You were at his house. You were at his
Oh,
house.
okay, yeah, where I was sneaking in the back door
Yes,
and dropped
yes.
caltrops. Okay. I know the spot. And we stop from where we're running, and I look around. I'd like to, I guess, am I rolling for survival to try and see if I can find my way back?
Let's just say that you have an idea of where it probably is. You've been in this city for a year. You've probably gone through the slums a couple times. You might remember where Harius's house is. At the very least, you're probably not a stranger to the layout of Vir.
I guess we
As-
could take a little detour before we get towards where we need to go as I look at Zorg and Zalile.
By the way, I'd
Wait.
really appreciate if you set me down right about now. There's just an awkward silence as Zorg doesn't say anything. Alright,
You gonna
alright,
sit him
alright.
down, big guy?
Alright. He pushes you, Zorg, and tries to get out of your hand.
Zorg does not let him go.
Hold him like a baby.
Zorg says, "This is my new little friend."
Starts rubbing his beard.
Zorg, buddy! Now, I know you two are really getting friendly and really getting to know each other, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that he's a bit uncomfortable with all this, friend. Maybe you shouldn't be so, close and personal.
Spit. man. Come on.
Zorg thinks about it.
And while you're thinking,
Sounds-
push.
How dare you?
While you're distracted in contemplation, he shoves himself out of your arms and gets onto the feet and pats him down and says, "Now, I appreciate your help. And I appreciate you offering to guide my way. But seeing how you have important business to do, it's probably best if we just separate. My name's..." I need to remember if it's one of two things, because this is an old name from a previous game, and because of one of my other players, I get it wrong occasionally. Is it Magnum? Yes, Magnum, as in the Magnum revolver.
Are you foreshadowing something? Am I soon gonna be getting my revolvers? No.
No. Nope. Firearms are likely not going to exist in this setting for a very, very long time, even with player desire.
Next character's gonna be able to travel back and forth from time and space.
You gain the power, you become the ascendant of time, you manipulate the entire multiverse. Alright.
Well, Magnum, it was a pleasure meeting you. Hopefully, we can get reacquainted again sometime.
What'd you say the guy's name Harris was? I mean, the guy's name was Harris?
Harrius.
Harrius.
Tell Harrius I said hi.
Goodbye, small little friend.
How tall are you, Zorg? Are you 6 feet or 7 feet?
6'1", I think. That's
6'1".
Yeah, I think that's what I wrote.
I'm not that short, I'm not a hobbit. I'm only a foot shorter than you.
Short fried. Short fried.
There's no shame about being small as I look at him since I only stand at like 5'1".
Points at him and calls him short. Short fried.
Right, I forgot. Orcs like stroking their ego. Well, fine, whatever. Here. And he tosses... Ash. He tosses a little... He tosses what looks like a little... It's kind of... From the outside, it looks like another pocket watch.
Zorg tries to grab it.
I try to be faster than Zorg.
Zorg has redirect projectiles, so he just moves it to him. So you, well, make a sleight of hand check at disadvantage, because Zorg is going to be manipulating the wind trying to get it out of your hands. He's got a very clear advantage.
17.
I think you wanted me to roll.
No, I mean, Ash. Ash is making one at disadvantage. You're making one at advantage, Zorg. But we'll take that roll and take the 20. Ash, you make a sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Character sheet, disadvantage. What roll again? My bad.
Sleight of hand in the skills section.
Way down here.
Oh, he's got really good luck.
It's flying towards Ash, and then you see it just kind of move a little bit off course. Ash goes to grab it. It flies out of his hands a couple times until he finally just jumps up, grabs it in his hand, and brings it close to him. All right. From the outside,
Zorg's a little upset.
From the outside, it just looks like a simple pocket watch. Magnum says that if you ever come across anything mechanical, this will help disrupt them for a little bit. Think of it as a little thank you present.
Mechanical? Huh?
Yeah, Like one of them constructs you see walking around, you know, from the House of Steel.
What are they after?
A man is walking around with EMPs. Why would they not be running after him?
What? House of Steel aren't after me. As a matter of fact, I'm with a bunch of other engineers working with both the House of Cinders and the House of Steel. Though I will tell them that some of their bodyguards need to be kept in check. But the House of Steel ain't after me.
What are you doing here tonight?
That's for me to know, and for you, well, you mind your business, I mind mine.
He was going to look for Harrius, man. Do you remember the short guy?
Yep,
Oh,
and
the
I'm-
even shorter guy.
Yeah.
Says the short lizard.
I think I remember him.
Unless there's anything pressing you want to ask him, he's basically gonna try to say his goodbyes and be on his way.
I'm gonna let him go as I say thank you. This pocket watch, what should I put it under for my items list? Does it have a specific name?
I guess you could call it the... If you really wanted to... You could, for simplicity, we'll call it the Klinko EMP. The Klinko electromagnetic... The electro-mana pulse.
I guess, do we specifically know where we're going to, for this rebellious meeting? Or is someone
Yeah.
guiding us?
Yep, it's a place called Bugsy's Tavern.
We've been there before.
Yeah, you've drunk there before. I think that might have been the place... Was it? It might have been the
Was
place
that the
that
tavern
you...
we met up?
Yeah, it might have been the tavern that you guys met up in.
I think it was. I think you're right.
Did the music cut out for you guys too?
Yeah. What is Stefan got any information about Stefan either? Stefan alright?
No. Didn't hear anything.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
offline
it was
Discord too. I think his
Storm.
power actually did go out.
Yeah, because I haven't heard from him at all. He didn't
Like-
respond or anything.
I don't know if he's in North Carolina or where he's at, but where we're at, it's been like blowing wind pretty strong, and it's been on and off raining hard, so I don't know how bad it is.
Pyre said the weather where he was pretty bad too. The last
He's
session we
on-
played.
He's in... Pyre is at...
Pyre is West Coast.
West Coast, yeah.
Very close.
Okay. Alright, alright. So you've been to Bugsy's Tavern.
As we continue to Bugsy's Tavern, I'll look at Zorg and Zalile and be like,
Pretty nifty thing you gave us. Y'all ready for a drink?
Zorg asked to look at his shiny new watch.
Yours.
No, I didn't say it was mine. I said I wanted to check it out.
I'll hand him the watch.
Just don't try to biting into it.
Zorg would like to investigate the watch. Is there any features about this watch? Tell me about this watch.
Tell you about the watch. Okay, so you're gonna open... So, Ash, are you gonna open it up?
He gave it to me. He handed it to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him completely check it out. I'm not gonna hold on to it. I trust Zorg. If not, I know I can pick his pockets.
Okay. If you open it, it's got some mana crystals dotted around the edges. It doesn't have like a time clock in it at all, but it does have little bits of mana crystals around the edges. It kind of tingles to touch.
These crystals look kind of familiar. Hey, you still got those mana crystals?
I mean, at this point, you would have given those crystals back to Frankie.
Took him back because I didn't want him getting in trouble.
So you kept none of the crystals. You have no crystals.
I mean, Zalile, I'm not sure. Zalile would probably just produce his refined crystal. It does look different. It does look a little different from the crystals in the little watch thing you've got. The crystals in your watch thing look a little bit more crude. His looks like very fine.
Very interesting. Zorg will hand the watch back.
Puts his dagger away. Nah.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So you guys, the streets still have some activity in them. They're still so the slum streets still have some activity in them, but compared to the rest of the town, the main commercial areas, the business areas, it's not nearly as loud or booming. Even at this hour, some places are open 24 hours because it can sustain it, and they do have magical torches and magical lights to keep some of these areas lit at all times. But over here in the slums, it is a bit dark. You see some torches here and there to help guide people along to the main road, but for the most part, there's a lot of blind spots. You guys, after splitting off with Magnum, you start heading off to the tavern, and at which point you bump into a bunch of familiar faces. You bump into the local miner squad that you guys rescued from the from Iron Ridge mine. Droogle waves at you. Hey, you coming for a drink too?
Know it.
Yeah,
Frankie
of
behind.
course.
Hold on. Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Did you leave Frankie behind?
I asked Droogle.
What? No. Frankie's right over here. Quit hiding behind Boris and show yourself, Frankie. Hi. Don't worry, they sell non-alcoholic drinks too. Besides, it's not like he's got any place to go.
You're right. It might be beneficial he's here with us.
What is all of your passive perception scores?
Passive perception. Mine's
Yeah.
13.
13, okay. Bazalile. 11. Your passive perception, Ash, is in the bottom. It's underneath skills, I believe. It's underneath the box of skills. It's the little thing.
He's
that says
got
Pass
11.
Wisdom. 11? Okay. With it being so dark out, you do see some shadow off in the distance. But you do see like a number of shadows as well. But there does seem to be some vague shadows heading in your direction.
Zorg would like to investigate these shadows.
Zoid, would you like to introduce yourself?
What is the location? Is this just on a side street?
Let's see. This would be, I would say would be on the main quote-unquote slum street. It has some lighting here and there, but you would currently be in one of the dark spots.
Is there a lot of people? Is it well populated?
There's some people here and there. Maybe aside from you guys and the NPCs, there's probably, say, 5 people sporadically dotted within your immediate line of sight.
Gotcha. Basically, it's simply I would say, relatively tall individual at about 7 feet, wearing a dark cloak, and you can see that there are 2 eyes that seem to glow underneath the hood, and over top of where the bottom of the face would be, you can see that there is a similarly black or dark colored scarf of some sort that is covering. Essentially, there's not much that's being shown, no arms, no nothing. It's just sort of almost this cloaked figure just sort of gliding across the street. Though you can tell from the ruffling underneath that there are legs. It's not like an amalgamation of tentacles or something. Or that they're floating. And they simply are just they are just calmly walking down the sidewalk, keeping pace. Now that the group has stopped, they have simply stopped as well and are maintaining a somewhat calm demeanor, but definitely still kind of focusing in your direction. Perhaps seeing that the path in front of them is now blocked with this group of people that has decided to kind of spread out in order to talk.
What would Zorg know about this figure? Like, would he know the race?
Probably. That's a good question.
I have attempted to make it as ambiguous as possible.
Okay.
That would be my statement.
All we're seeing is a big cloak figure.
You do have dark vision, and I would argue he is within that dark vision, but he does have multiple things covering him, basically.
If you do have dark vision, I would say that the upper portion of the face, you can tell that there is some sort of dark, perhaps leather covering that is inlaid with various brass metals. It's not officially leather armor, it's mostly just a cosmetic detail. But that would be what's kind of covering this. You also notice that whatever this is covering, this helmet of sorts, covers up down the sides of the face, right behind the eyes. And so that would essentially be the only other portion that you can see. The eyes themselves, I would say that if you do have dark vision, they would not remind you of... They just look like spheres. They don't look like anything else.
Zorg would ask out, "Who are you?"
Who's what? And Drugel and the others look behind him.
You can see that the figure down the street pauses for just a second before finally approaching the group. Still, nothing is shown, no hands go out in order to give you any reasoning. They simply walk until they are roughly in speaking distance, so a little bit out of 5 feet range. And as they get there, a quiet voice that seems to have a sort of slight metallic echoing nature to it, though remarkably clear for perhaps some features, ring out underneath the hood, but not even really muffled by what you'd expect for something to be in front of a mouth normally. I have come here to perform a task. I have noticed that these individuals are wounded. I seek to lend my expertise over to them for a much cheaper price than perhaps they could receive under another physician.
Zorg
Let's
is
see.
a little wary of this.
I feel like they would be too, so make a persuasion roll at disadvantage.
For me?
Yep.
Okay. Oops.
2.
Wow. Yep.
Okay. Drugel looks you up and down. And he says, "You know, I think we're good. Resting's free anyways. Besides, we're kind of out of a job for right now. Not like we're doing anything better with our time. But you know, thanks for your concern and everything. But time is the best healer."
In certain circumstances, it is. I will respect your decision, and I bid you a good night. If you do change your mind, however, my offer still stands. And I will begin walking around the group, heading in the direction of what I assume to be the bar, because I heard them talking about it. So I'm kind of just heading in that direction.
Okay. You're gonna head in that direction. Drugel watches the guy as he walks off. Guy's a bit freaky. He looks at you guys. Do you guys respond at all?
Zorg will agree with them.
And Ash is like, I think all our group's a little weird.
I'd rather not be... Shoot. I forget exactly what Drugel witnessed. At the very least, he'd said, "Well, I mean, not all of us have evil lightning stones that electrocute people at random." Or... Did you go feral in front of him? I don't remember.
I don't
feel
think
like
I've
you
gone
did.
feral in front of Drugel. We met Drugel in the mines, not on the way to the mines.
Yeah, but he walked
he
with
went-
you guys on the way out. I think you might have been present when you guys were with the bodies, and you might have gone a little feral there. At the very least, he probably would have noticed you harvesting their fingers.
Okay, yeah, no, if he was there with us on our way out, he definitely saw me harvesting fingers.
I don't have an insatiable appetite like some people here. Looks at you, Ash.
Zorg also looks at Ash.
And as they're staring at me, I'm grabbing a finger from my bag and crunching.
For crying out loud, don't do stuff like that in public. You'll get carried away by the police if you openly do that. This isn't a religion thing. This is blatantly against the law.
Against the law to take fingers or against the law to eat fingers?
Yes! Both. just look. If anyone asks, I don't know you. I've already been in a jail cell once last night. I'd rather not be in another jail cell in the near future.
What'd you do?
Well, apparently I had the misfortune of bumping into a goblin that was being trafficked into Veer. Told me some sort of sob story, asked me to help bail him out. Next thing I know, some mercenary guards from the House of Wild are on my butt. And the rest, well, I wasn't quite expecting to get... Let's see. Actually, he probably put it this way. Let's just say that fortune telling might be a little bit of bullshit, so you probably shouldn't believe everything that one of those clerics of fate tell you. I went to go sign up to be a fisherman. Next thing I know, I'm in some musty jail cell on the outskirts of town. Thankfully, some bigwig showed up and decided to pay my bail and get me out. Don't know what his name was, though. We had
I was hoping to know it. Just in case I get in trouble.
Had some big fancy beard. Looked like he might be a captain or an admiral or something. If you have a guess, you can feel free to ask, and I can confirm it. One of the noble houses is in charge of naval affairs as well as trading.
Was it Jack Wild?
No. He's agricultural, land, and other things like that, and monster taming and stuff like that. Nathaniel Veer is the one responsible for naval activities, probably part of the fishing, probably also part of the trade as well.
Okay. And does Nathaniel Veer follow Sirkava?
Yes. He follows Sirkava.
Makes sense.
He's a former champion, and he is the patriarch of that house.
Okay.
So they won't let you go fishing, huh?
So then, could you repeat that question?
So they won't let you go fishing, huh?
Actually, I've been hired on. The wild imprisonment had nothing to do with that. But I guess I've still got a job over there in Veer. I haven't been fired, at the very least to my knowledge, and they didn't give me a notice they didn't give me any notice or anything. So presumably I'm still a fisherman. But hey, it's a bit chilly outside, and I want my spirits already. So let's get a move on inside, get comfortable.
Hopefully they have something good to eat.
Have something good to drink.
I would have made my way into a relatively quiet corner of there, and I would remain there for the duration until I see something.
Okay. Out of pure chance, you're going to get a table right next to all the players and unintentionally eavesdrop. So you will be aware of everything that they will be talking about.
Very well.
Okay.
I will simply turn away any attempts by if there is I don't know what level of establishment, but if it is a rather rough and tumble, even if there is someone who asks, I will simply refuse for right now. But if they insist on me purchasing something, I will purchase a small, glass of ale.
Okay. Yeah, you do get a small goblin waiter. He seems especially pushy, saying, hey now, We got a lot of guests here tonight. If you want your seat, you gotta buy something, buddy.
Very well.
Yep.
And I'll reach into my reach underneath my cloak, and then all of a sudden a single three-fingered hand will extend outwards. I'm assuming the cost. I only have gold right now in my inventory. Is it possible that I would have pared this down to like the cost of like a bronze for this?
Yeah, it's probably something like 3 copper or so for just one ale.
3 copper. Okay, yeah, gotcha. I'll make a note of it, but I will pay the fare to the goblin.
Much appreciated. Need anything else? Be sure to holler.
I will simply nod to him and wait patiently.
Okay. Yep. You get your drink. You get your drink, which we'll just assume that in the future. The rest of you make yourselves comfortable at one of the tables, and he says, "So, what brings you out to the slums at this night? Don't you have any fancy taverns or groups that you want to attend? Don't you have a celebration, a victory celebration you need to attend to?"
He's being snobby. I'm like,
It doesn't matter if it's fancy or not. Any place with good food and drink does it.
Zorg has no opinion on where we go.
Well, I suppose if this is a meal fit for a champion, then I guess we should dine like kings tonight. What do you say, boys? And the others, they raise their flagons in the air. Yes, tonight we dine like kings. And we'll assume that you guys already all ordered your drinks. Like, do you guys join in the toast? Like that,
Yeah.
basically.
Zorg will join in the toast, yeah.
as soon as everybody gets done saying we dine like kings, Ash is gonna be already slightly buzzed.
Which king are we eating?
Which king are we eating? Let's see.
I know y'all said to
Yeah.
eat the rich, but damn.
No, Boris speaks up, the older miner. No. We're not eating any kings. Man, you really are a lightweight. A couple sips and you're already this drunk. We're not eating anyone. And don't get any fancy ideas about eating people while we're here, alright, lizard folk? You keep your lizard brain in check, at least what's left of it right now. We're just gonna be eating some fine meat. Now here they've got a little bit of dinosaur on the meal as well.
Dinosaur!
On the menu. Did I say meal? Yeah. Darn my brain. On the menu tonight. But yeah, you... the goblin does roll around, does ask, like, all of you what you guys want to eat, basically, and what you guys want to drink. If you guys don't want to hand wave that, then you can just announce what you want to eat or drink.
Zorg wants dinosaur in the finest ale.
I will definitely get some more dino meat, and do you have anything that would taste, I guess, spice, like a drink with spice in it?
Drink with some spice in it. Well, it depends. Do you want straight up pepper juice from your botany guide, or do you want something just with a little bit of a... Do you want actual spicy, or do you want something just has a little bit of a, I guess, like a fizzy kick to it?
It's more like something that gives, I guess, a scent to it. Like, I guess, some, like, cinnamon with, like, a clove, and
Okay.
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. A little bit of cinnamon. A little bit of cinnamon. Alright. And what type of drink? An alcoholic type drink, or something like a... something... I don't do drinks. I've never gone to a bar before.
Okay. It's non-alcoholic, since I've already been sipping on ale, and I feel like we're going to something important. So we're gonna do like a hot tea or something.
Hot tea. Spicy hot tea. Okay, got it. The other miners... You guys pay for your own meals. The miners pool their money and get one giant pork for all of them.
No beer?
One giant pork, and all of them just have just one big pitcher of cheap ale.
We're sitting down with our feast. I tell the gnome to go ahead and give them some of their finest ale that I'll be covering their tab. To go ahead and give them their money back, or if they haven't paid yet, yeah, I'll be covering their tab.
The goblin looks at you and he says, "I'm a goblin, thank you very much, but yes, we'll keep that in mind."
Did you call him a gnome?
Yes,
I
he
don't know
called him
why
a
I
gnome.
was thinking of a gnome.
Close enough.
But yeah, he will fulfill your request, and you said it's like one big ale, right?
A barrel. I pretty much
barrel.
want them to get a barrel. Yeah, they're a group. They're probably gonna drink.
Okay, they just like grab one of the big kegs. That one would probably be 25 gold pieces by itself. Just they bring over one of the big kegs. It kind of hangs off the table so that you can just press down on it, and you can refill your drinks from there.
Alright, marking 25 off my character sheet.
Alright. Do you have any questions you want to ask them?
While
Is
we're
it-
sitting here, they were talking about how they had lost their mining jobs, right?
Yeah, because you already know part of that. Pyre bought out the contracts from Boris and Mason. Frankie and Drugel didn't really have a committed contract. So when you ask them about it, Drugel and Frankie, they both say, "Yeah, after we figured out what they were putting in our bread, we just quit. Besides,
How much
now,
how much money
think-
were they making every month as miners?
Let's see. If we're basing all of this off of the mercenary wage I gave a while back, we'll say 100 gold pieces per month. And bear in mind that the bodyguards were getting 500 gold pieces per month, basically.
I'm making good.
And their lodging and food expenses were paid for, even if the food wasn't that great of quality and they needed to cook themselves.
Drugel, I know that you're saying that you're gonna go be a fisherman. What are your plans, Frankie?
Well, I don't know. After I was hoping that mining job would be a permanent thing, but I guess I'm just going to have to look somewhere else. Well, At the very least, if you don't turn to a life of begging and crime, I'd say that you'd be in a fine place. In fact, you two are also out of a job too, right? And he looks at both Boris and Mason. Yeah. It seems our contracts were nullified. So we need to find some other place to work, though I'm not sure what to do at this point. Drugel nods a little bit, and he says, well, have you ever thought of picking up a little bit of mercenary work? You guys seemed pretty handy with the pickaxes. With a little bit of training, you two probably have a bit of potential. What say you? Mercenary work? They do sit there and think about it for a little while. I suppose if it means I do get paid more, but I don't have any experience fighting or risking my life. Well, if you're interested, I can give you some of the basic hobgoblin training. You'll be a mercenary in no time. What do you two think about this idea?
It's food on the table, but
I could help train them as well.
there are easier and safer jobs.
Yeah, there are easier and safer jobs. They don't pay well. They don't pay as well, and they don't have as good job security. Nobles are willing to bend over backwards to satisfy their big mercenary population. But you know, us common workers, the people who don't know how to work with a sword, they could care less about what we think. Just chop a couple heads off and most of these cowards will fall into line. At least that's what it seems like to me. Before I forget, I also want to move... Did I not? Wait, where is Anton? Damn it. I don't think I have it. Okay. Bear with me. Do you have any comments about what he said? Or would you like to move on to the next phase?
I'd like to move on.
Okay. Let me just move Anton back. Okay. Mercenary work. Tell you guys what. If this whole fishing thing doesn't work out, maybe we could all work together. Frankie's surprising. If Frankie murdering 2 ants in cold blood is anything to note, I think the kid's got a bit of talent. He's got some potential. I think if you stick with us, kid, you'll go places. And the three of them are thinking about it. Frankie says, but is killing really okay? I mean, even though it was an ant and it was trying to bite me, I mean, it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do. You'll get over it and you get used to it. Trust me. You'll actually enjoy it after a while. Right? He looks over at you two.
Sometimes. Blood for the blood god.
Anything to say, Mr. Human Eater?
Nothing at all. As
As I munch on a finger.
That says everything. See? Take it from him, points at Ash munching on a finger. You just need to lighten up. It might be difficult the first time around, but you'll get used to it. It's all part of the job. I mean, you weren't that used to mining rocks early on, right? It definitely took a lot of getting used to. This is just the same thing. Don't worry. You can shut out that nagging little voice in your head.
And then this is the moment we make him an alcoholic. What's something like this? JK, JK, JK. Alright, well...
As this happens, if I'm nearby enough to hear this, he does say something, at least loud enough that perhaps they can hear it. He doesn't really care whether or not they do or don't. If you want to have them roll something for that, you can. But he'll just speak out quietly. You should be careful what happens when you go down that route. You might not come back.
The Droogle looks around. Eh? You hear that? And I think I heard some whispering. If you guys can choose whether or not you hear it. You guys are very close to him, basically.
I definitely, Are you muted?
Was.
Oh, okay. Did you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. I definitely speak up, and I'm like, I hear my ears ringing. Someone giving advice.
Is that you, Jorgen?
All Zorg says is, all I hear is this drink calling my name.
I apologize for my interruption. I simply do not like the sound that your meal is making right now. It is simply uncomfortable to hear. That is all. I will not speak again.
Zorg looks very offended. Zorg is wondering to himself why this random person keeps intervening in our conversation.
I kind of wish Zalile was here because I'm not sure if he would try to welcome him in.
I'm trying to be inclusive, but I don't know how to, like...
Zalile would
The more the merrier, just come on.
absolutely would stutter at him 4 times and then say something funny.
Yeah.
I look at him and I'm like, do we have room in our table before I even
Yes.
be like, the more the merrier. Alright, we got room. He just got a drink, right?
Yep, he's got ale.
A
So
drink
what?
that has not been touched at all.
Alright. Well, I will be like, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? It's on me.
What is currently on you is not something that I wish to partake in, and is the source of my frustration. But thank you for the invitation. I will kindly refuse it.
Character, is he talking about my Mark of Jorgen? What Jorgen?
No, the fact that you're eating fingers.
Oh. We have another. Well, I guess back in character. It's just like crispy bacon in the morning. And I bite into another.
I told you to stop doing that in public. If anyone catches you doing that, we are gonna get our asses thrown out. So you just stop it.
You will learn in time why that has its consequences. It always does. One way or the other.
Dang, with everybody giving me these type of looks, I guess I'll just put them away. I'll save them for later.
Not like that was gonna stop you in the first place.
My good lizardman, you have plenty of options here that are far more fresher. Perhaps that you could speak to the chef to give you a more suitable cut for your more innate desires.
You wouldn't happen to be a cleric of fate, right? Or, you wouldn't happen to be a cleric of fate, are you? And he's speaking to you. He doesn't know your name, and he continues, because you're given a whole lot of cryptic messages and all meandering around the point. You know, just like a fortune teller.
Perhaps it is in my nature to do so.
Or
Perhaps a learned outcome of a history.
Zorg looks very confused at what the man is saying. Zorg does not understand anything.
Well, I'm guessing he's got more than one skeleton in his closet.
In more ways than one.
Let's see. Okay. At this...
Bother so much. I'll enjoy the dino meat they brought.
Okay. While you guys are digging into your food, you do hear a little bit of stuff from from nearby tables. Hey, you hear about the new law? Apparently the nobles are trying to take over the flower industry. And there's some new bullshit flower regulation out right now. Apparently they're looking over the quality. Because of it, and because it's apparently increasing costs, all of the millers are getting their wages slashed again this year. I'm willing to bet it's just some cover story for those money grubbers. And oddly enough, wages weren't slashed for old Jack Wild. It's honestly a little suspicious. Why are they imposing these laws on the rest of us when... Why are they imposing the laws for the rest of us to follow when maybe they're not even following it themselves, huh? Yeah, honestly, it is a bit bullshit. Let's see. Drugal also does speak up. Drugal also does speak up to you guys. And he says, Veer can be an ugly place at times. I kinda don't like some of the skeletons that I see once in a while. Remember that human trafficking thing I was talking about? Apparently, some recruiters go off into other city-states and entice people to get on a ship and come over to Veer with the promise that they'll get stable employment and other such. Then when they get here, they just shove them on a plantation or shove them in some other minimum wage job. By the way, are any of you good with forgeries? Because I happen to pick this thing up. I don't think the little goblin's gonna need it anymore. And he throws a small paper form at your side of the table, in between your giant dinosaur haunches. apparently,
guess.
Drugel continues, apparently, there's something about a labor permit and travel fees and other crap like that. Frankly, I've never heard anything about needing a labor permit in order to work any job here. So I think they're just lying to all these foreigners, that they're tricking. But yeah, what did you want to do?
Pick up the paper and inspect it, but you continue to explain what it pretty much was.
Yep. Okay. Raphael is going to give his expertise, because he's faked his own death a couple times, maybe more than one time. So he might be able to spot a forgery when he sees one. So Zalil can help you do whatever it is you're going to do if you want to make a roll. But what are you doing? You're looking at it. You're gonna try to just see if it's a forgery or anything? Or how are you going to investigate this?
I don't know if Lizard Brain would really comprehend big paper with big words that are probably, you know, doesn't benefit him.
Okay. Alright, so you just want to hand it off to Zalil?
Yeah.
Yes, that would be best choice.
Okay. I'll let Zalil use his deception for this. And he needs to click on something, so you click on him. Oh, he's actually not set up. He turned it off. Alright. 22. So Zalil helps you look it over. And he notices... Yeah, he notices that it certainly looks very legit. It definitely looks like it was made by someone who knows what they're doing, and it definitely looks like it's a standardized form that you would fill out. However, no such form has existed, and for as long as you've worked here, you've never had to get a labor permit or anything to be able to work any of your jobs. Even your odd mercenary jobs, all you did was just give the Adventuring Guild the town hall your name, basically. Say, hey, I exist, or hey, we are part of this group. But as far as permits are concerned, they currently don't have any sort of that.
Seems like they really are wanting to make life difficult for the commoners.
Yeah, I figured something like that was complete bullshit. It's honestly... Drugel says... You know, the messed up thing is that really it seems like they don't have any choice. I mean, there is the big question of how immigration works. Currently, I don't think there would be that strong enforcement of any immigration laws right now. Not like modern day. Back then, you could just disappear and pop up somewhere else with a completely different fabricated name. And the same would be true in this world as well. Even if they found out the people were foreigners, I doubt old Veer would spare the expense to try to deport them. So if they want to go back home, they have to work for it. And if they don't realize they're getting swindled, they're just kept in, well, slavery, if not officially by name.
Yeah, it looks like slavery. Sounds like slavery.
Just with extra steps.
Yeah,
Or like indentured servitude.
honestly, that could be the metaphor for some of these people here. People who think that they're free, but really they're just slaves to their jobs, slaves to their wages, slaves to whatever debt they've accrued. It's been
Okay, just let me know.
what?
Bad joke.
Yeah. Yeah, and he sits back.
This is Drupal saying this?
Yeah, it's Drugel.
Okay.
He sits back and says, if those noble houses weren't so stingy about their money, they could just do what most of the other city-states do and just forgive debt after a while. Because it is a big problem for commoners. Sometimes debts get so large that, well, it takes several lifetimes in order to pay them off. And debt forgiveness was a thing back then. Do either of you two have any input?
Pay too much attention to that part of history class, but
Well, you can just say how you feel. even a that's a little fucked up would give across your view. Or you could say,
This is bullshit. This is kind of outrageous.
or you can say, man, that's pretty darn smart. You have to admire how devious they are, or something like that. You can just give vague ideas on how you feel about it.
They greedy or what?
Well, I suppose that's Veer. Everything runs on money here. I hear that you can even, well, if I'm any example, justice can be bought. At the very least, whatever charges were given to me appears to have been dropped. All because some rich guy happened to decide to pay off my little tab.
It's a blessing and a curse.
If you have friends up in high places, you can do anything in this city-state. So what are you guys up to? So you finished up your little job, and I see you, and I've heard that you've been making your rounds around, chasing golden cocks and whatnot. Are you just enjoying yourselves and relaxing?
We're
You got-
participating in the tournament. And we have a little job for the gods.
Ah, moving up in the world, I see. Gone from serving the noble houses up to straight up serving the gods that rule over the world. Is it top secret? And can you tell me the details?
Zorg looks at Ash.
I need an adult.
Ash looks at
So-
Zalile.
You look over at Zalile, you just see an error 404 screen on him.
Well,
No other player is here to bail you out this time. You aren't weaseling your way out of talking.
Zerg will say, I think it's kind of classified. For now.
Well, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with electrocuting people, I suppose it'll be fine. By the way, have you
Well-
gotten rid of that thing?
You know, electrocute people is a bit more of an Ash thing.
And talking about that, I still don't have the crystal back, right? Someone else still
No.
has it.
Pyre still has it on him.
Alright. Well, it was, handed off to maybe better hands. Who knows what I would have done with it? And I just grinned.
Zorg also grins.
Alright, well, if I hear someone getting electrocuted in the near future, at the very least, I'll probably know it might not have been you. Jury's still out on whether or not it'll be your fault, but at the very least, I know you're not directly the cause of it. Well, directly causing it.
Hey, we never killed anybody. Except those few guys, you know.
Yeah, he just gives you a raised eyebrow. It's like you're mercenaries. Killing is kind of one of your jobs.
We do more bodyguard missions, you know. Protection, escort,
Uh-huh. Alright.
the occasional bandit, you know.
Hopefully nobody else gets electrocuted anytime soon.
You know, just let us know if somebody gets electrocuted, you know. We can help. We have experience.
When to skip town so that you don't get retaliation from whatever gang you pissed off.
Whoa,
Alright.
whoa, Drugal. Come on. We've been through some stuff together, man. We've seen things.
Right. I mean, your reaction has just confirmed that theory for me, so I suppose if I hear any electrocution...
I mean, we got news on you too, Drugal.
Hey, I never
You
said
don't-
I was ratting you out, buddy.
Hey. You know, just know that there's two sides to the coin.
Alright, well, I'll know that in the future if there's trouble. Whether or not it's caused by you is something that I'm going to have to really think about.
I'm gonna have to think about you too, Drugal.
I'd
Just
rather
know-
you not be in my thought. I'd rather not be in your thoughts, but hey, you do you, Orc. If you're gonna take your if you were gonna take your swing, then you would at least, well, I suppose one of you is paying for dinner.
You know, you never want to be on the bad side of a raging horde.
You also don't want to be on the bad side of a very, very experienced hobgoblin. And there's just silence as there's just a little bit of tension. It's like you guys are butting your egos together.
We're just doing a stare down.
I just continue munching on my dinosaur meat and sipping on my drink, just looking back and forth as we banter.
Zorg grabs his drink and says, "Cheers."
Cheers. Tunk.
Zorg will finish his drink in one go.
Drugal isn't gonna be outdone. He does the same thing. Frankie.
Another?
Oh, you know it. Zalil, spin that thing around. And he spins the big barrel around. You guys refill your drinks. We still got this whole thing to go through. All of us
Clink.
drinking. Frankie raises his hand. Can I have a little bit? No.
No!
No. You just enjoy a
but-
little cocktail.
My apologies. How injured? What age does he appear to be? I may have missed this in.
He's roughly a teenager.
Okay. How
does
badly
look-
damaged is he, like in terms of physical appearance?
He's got some noticeable scars. It has been a couple days. It has been a couple days, but it looks like his injury is slowly healing.
Okay. Just want to know. I'll go back.
Alright.
Had 16 HP.
Now what?
Zorg's a lot. Who's the one that had 16 HP? Zorg's a lot or me?
None of you have 16 HP anymore. You've leveled up a couple times.
I don't think it was Zorg.
No, I thought like you said we hadn't taken a long rest yet, or a short rest, or any rest yet. So like someone still had 16.
It might have been
Uh.
Pyre. Pyre took a lot of damage during the fight with the goblin, maybe, or whatever that woman is.
She's a.
Oh, you mean the gnome?
The gnome. Yeah, the gnome.
I like
Maybe
how
that.
I like how you both got the races mixed up inversely. No, you guys would have had a long rest. Secret's the only one who seems to be injured. Well, Pyre was injured during the Golden Rooster hunt, but he did take a short rest, I believe, and heal himself back up to full.
So I am not attuned to the belt yet, am I? We have not taken a short rest since I've gotten the belt.
I guess theoretically, if Pyre has taken his short rest to heal up, I think he was damaged, wasn't he?
Because I believe we all got a rest, but I don't know if that was before we got the reward or after we got the reward.
I think it was. Like,
Before you got the reward for the Golden Rooster hunt, but after you got the reward for the Iron Ridge mine quest.
Okay. That makes sense.
We'll just say you're attuned to it now.
Bet.
It's 21. Be sure to change that right now.
I did. That's a +2 in strength.
Okay. I forgot my I lost my train of thought. What were you doing again?
We're talking to Droogle, and
Droogle and
Frankie.
Frankie. Frankie asked if he could have a drink of beer. All right. Let's see.
we're trying to figure out who was damaged because I can't pronounce Quelk.
Quello.
He hasn't said his name yet, has he? I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't. We're waiting for that still. But since he hasn't introduced himself and he keeps asking, wanting to heal, I was just trying to help and look for who was damaged. I just couldn't remember who it was. But yeah, we'll continue with Frankie getting denied with this drink.
Okay.
Didn't one of those miners almost die?
It's been a few days, so.
I think Mason got knocked out 2 times and was picked back up 2 times.
Okay.
Okay, so Frankie does ask you guys, so, what's it like being a mercenary? Is it fun?
Not bad. You get to drink beer.
Does that
Make
mean...
money.
So, Droogle, does that mean if I become a mercenary, I know? Oh. But, continue.
Get there in time.
Sorry. Sorry, I did cut you off there, but if you had other things you wanted to say, you can go on.
No, I'm good. We can continue.
Ashley, do you want to say anything?
I've been sitting there thinking of the conversations going on around me, and I guess I ask Droogle and the miners what type of changes they'd like to see, or what type of changes do they think would make the biggest impact, most beneficial impact for the commoners.
Most beneficial impact for the commoners? What? You talking about some sort of revolution? Are you talking about petitioning one of them noble houses and hoping that they get off their asses and do something? You know, besides trying to regulate things like the flour bill.
I guess in sense a revolution, but maybe a soft reset.
Soft reset? What? You're saying full on rebellion? That's a bit crazy.
But maybe we could start our own house to make a difference within the city.
You got any money? You got any connections? Got anything? Because it all sounds like a pipe dream.
Needed. Of
You
course,
ever...
we have nowhere near amount, I guess,
Yeah.
like the houses. Even like if in player we were to pull it together, do we?
And he states, you ever been to the 1%er district? It's a fairly massive plot of land. You think you have enough to pay for I don't know, a giant fleet of ships or a giant mansion or a gigantic plot of land? Just one ship easily costs tens of thousands of platinum. It's not a minor undertaking.
Do be living my dreams.
Sorry. I suppose I probably shouldn't be slapping down your dreams. But over there in Rivenera, as a hobgoblin, we tend to be drilled to think practically. If you want something, you need to build a direct route to it. These are building your own house. I mean, that's just a dream if you don't have the money. Though I suppose Driggles does sit there and think about it for a little bit. I suppose the workers are the backbone of the city, it seems like. If not the actual citizens, but also the foreign workers that have been tricked here. If we all just suddenly stopped doing our jobs, then I'm sure they'd realize who really rules this city. The people toiling away in the fields or toiling away in the workshops, actually making them money. I guess in a sense, if we all banded together, we could create our own house. A ninth house, in the midst of all the chaos, with our own voice. What do you two think?
I believe you're right. Banding together is a good way to succeed.
And do you have anything you want to say, Ash?
Might just be less violence instead of complete overthrow and burning a city.
Violence? Who said we had to be... Violence? Who said we had to do any violence? All we have to do is just refuse to work. Though I'm not sure if we... Yeah, a strike of some sort. I mean, if you've noticed, they haven't been serving as much bread lately. That's partially because those mill workers are on strike right now. Except for some of the ones in some of the main warehouses, the main windmills of the House of Wild. Only thing we need to worry about is whether or not their security, quote-unquote, runs around and try to do a little bit of persuading. We also need to try to get the slaves and the foreign aid on our side. If they have nowhere else to turn to, then they'll just keep working their jobs and won't participate in the strike. It might be safer to just pull away from the city-state and just fortify a hill of some sort. That way, if they decide to send any mercenary thugs after us, we can all watch each other's backs.
you're pretty smart, Drupal.
I don't think I'm that bright. I don't think I'm that bright. I told ya, as a hobgoblin, I just like efficiency and practicality.
Well, how good are you with people, Drupal? And control.
I'm not too sure of. I've never been in a leadership position before. Well, not for that long. If we were gonna do some sort of big fancy movement, there'd be a lot of steps. It's pretty obvious that the one thing that these nobles care about is their money, right? So
Yeah, of course.
hit their bottom line, and then they'll start listening to the complaints of us.
You gotta start by gathering the common people. And then going on strikes. But this all requires money.
It does. It does require support from various places. Who knows? Maybe the crime networks would have a vested interest in seeing things change around here.
I'm sure we could persuade the right people to show the right support.
At the very least, all we need is for a strike to last long enough that the nobles give in to our demands. Maybe not that much money, but enough money to sustain ourselves and just protect ourselves. Okay. I don't know how to... We've gotten into in-depth in this conversation, and it is a little bit different. I think I might just have the guy insert himself into your table. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have him insert himself into the table. Instead of Droogle trading words with him, he's gonna trade words with you guys, and also the other guy is gonna take a vested interest in your table. Zoid, did you accept their invitation to the table, or are you just sitting at your
I
own
did
table?
not. So if there was space, there should be none.
Okay. An old soldier who's got a scar on half of his face. He walks up to the table and he says, well. Mighty interesting. Mighty interesting little conversation we're having here. Talk about rebellion and whatnot, and wanting change. Mind if I join in? Cause I think we could get along. All of us.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Did you say something, Ash?
He said the same thing.
Okay. The name's Darren. Darren Stormwright. Pleasure to meet all of you. Maybe I should change his voice just a little bit, so that you can differentiate his voice from Droogle. The name is Darren. Darren Stormwright of Veer. Pleasure to meet you. Cheers, says Droogle, as he raises his flagon up just a little bit before taking a drink.
Zorg will also take a drink.
Pleasure's all ours.
You sound very far away from your mic.
I'm like maybe a foot away.
Okay, maybe you're just maybe your head is just tilted in a different direction when you spoke.
Yeah, it was my bad.
Okay. So what do you guys so if you guys did want change to come over Veer, how would you guys want to do it? Would you guys want to try to organize some big worker strike? Because I could see a merit in that. But why not? But what about other means? If that doesn't work, then we'll have to use more simple but straightforward means of getting change in this city-state.
Like,
Look, all I'm saying is that if Staros, he's referencing a city-state, if Staros is capable of throwing off the Rivenaran Empire, then perhaps other people would be able to do the same thing. Wouldn't you think so? After all, it's the will of the people that's the backbone of this entire city-state and multiple city-states. If they just band together, then they can even throw off the influence of a god.
I agree.
You agree. Okay. Do you want to input anything, Ash?
Cause real change, or to wanna cause the right change, shouldn't we find the right people for the job?
Yes. Yes, we do need the support of multiple different people. Some suppliers, whether it's foreign aid, someone who's interested in the affairs of Veer, or perhaps some from within. Perhaps some petty nobles who are dissatisfied with their lot. Depends on how far we need to go. At the very least, I think we can accomplish a lot of our objectives. We have multiple problems, and we have multiple problems that we're dealing with. For example, I'm not sure if you've seen it at all, but not all of the house's bodyguards are incorruptible. They're not above picking on beggars or vagrants or even foreigners out in the streets. They like flaunting the title of their noble house to try to allow them to be above the law. And I'm thinking that if more people were able to defend themselves, we could at least lower the frequency of those attacks. Okay. Would any of you fine gentlemen be interested in being, say, an instructor?
For
An instructor for just, I suppose, for the common good. Though if you're asking for compensation, we'll have to figure that out later. There are many people out here who don't have formal training. But if we could get a local militia going, you could at least stop some accounts of banditry, mugging, and other problems that plague Veer, from within and without.
Is this just you supporting this?
No. There are others. Others who share the same visions as you all do. The idea that change needs to sweep over Vir. And while we might have differing ideas on how that change should manifest, I do think that we can all work together for the same purpose. Of course, I can't exactly give the names of anyone right now, not unless I know where your allegiances lie.
I feel like we can come to an agreement.
Indeed. All information is on a need-to-know basis. You can simply just work for a little bit. Work as a fitness instructor, work as a arms instructor, and also try not to blow our ears out by blasting a hurricane into your microphone.
Sorry about that.
Yes, you really need to keep that wind magic under control, Zorg. Shoot. What was I just thinking about again? I just lost my train of thought. Right, so... I mean... Well, he's asked you if you are interested in being an instructor.
Zorg would be interested, yes.
Good, good. No matter what plan we do, it's always a good idea to have capable people who can defend themselves from bandits. Banditry has been a big problem around Vir. No doubt, if you've been traveling on the road, you've likely seen some bodies hidden in the bushes, or at least smelled blood on the wind. No?
All excited as soon as
Yes,
he
we
hears
have.
blood in the wind.
Keep your appetite in check. There's nothing here right now. Drugel says that to you. Good, good, good. Let's see. I am interested in what you all think. You all want change, but a dream is just a dream until you can figure out how to make it a reality. So what do you all think? What do you think is the best route forward for Vir? Should we go through with a bloody revolution like Staros? Or do you really think that a peaceful workers' strike would work? Or perhaps you are thinking of a third option? Perhaps foreign influence, foreign aid, or some other interest would be able to help?
I feel that we must at least try a peaceful solution before we try a more aggressive approach.
Oh, and why is that? You should bear in mind that if we do try the peaceful option, they'll be aware of it. What if there is retaliation and retribution? Wouldn't it not be better to strike first and fast? Or perhaps you're worried about how the outside world would view our movement. One carved in blood or one carved in peace. Well, you can see...
we can be ready for both, but I feel that we must initiate with a peaceful approach.
Well, we don't have that much time, unfortunately. We're right in the middle of the Festival of Prosperity. There are foreign visitors from all over the land, so one solution is going to have to take priority over all of them. If we can win the hearts and minds of all the foreigners from across the world, then perhaps it would be more useful inciting them into decisive, quick action now. if we try to do a workers' strike, perhaps they would care, perhaps they would be indifferent. Many visitors who walk through the slums simply take pity upon the beggars and mind their own business. After all, one city's problems is its own problems. We're not sitting here worrying about the affairs in Zeramont or the affairs in Rivenera now, aren't we?
True.
It would be much more beneficial to act now, rather than later.
Now is in before the tournament ends?
Before the festival ends. Whether it's a show, whether it's an outright exposition of outrage, or perhaps a peaceful protest. We don't have that much time. Drugel speaks up. Drugel does speak up. Well... Drugel does speak up and says, to be honest, adds a double-edged sword. We may have a lot of foreign visitors who we could persuade to our side, but that also opens us up to a lot of sabotage and uncertainty. There's a lot of foreign mercenaries, and I'm fairly certain they don't particularly care about local politics. After all, what about you three? Would you care about what actually happens to Veer? Or if trouble were to pop up, would you simply just bounce to the next city-state? Is this a hill that you would choose to die on?
Depends on how we approach it.
Ash, are you gonna give an answer?
Huh? My bad, dude. I was zoned out.
Okay, Drugel, so... Look, we're diving too much into politics, it's going right over your head.
Yes, and I'm just like, why? I wasn't even old enough to learn the politics of my own homeland, so why would I know politics now? I went to Hobgoblin, got trained in the fighting pits, and then got set off into the world.
Well, this is a game that's very centered around politics. So you're gonna be seeing a lot. We're gonna make a politician out of you. Either that, or you're going to die trying.
Die trying, preferably.
Okay, so what Drugel basically said that, okay. So Darren wants to act soon, whether it's decisively in armed force or peaceful protest, because he wants to win over the hearts and minds of the foreigners. But Drugel says, I mean, that's also risky because... I mean, you guys are foreigners. Would you care about what happens in this land? Or would you just simply bounce to a different city-state when things get heated? And Zorg said, it depends. What about you, Ash?
Guess if we start a revolution, it'd be nice to see it through till the end. But then it goes back to the main thing. If it goes into revolution the violent way, because we've tried peaceful protesting, and we take the people in charge out, we don't have the people we need to replace them. It's all gonna take time to recover from whatever has been done.
Yes, I would
So how
acknowledge.
long?
I would acknowledge that there would likely be a power vacuum. The leaders of the rebellion would be trying to get a grip on the city-state, though I believe that if the noble house were still around, even if we tried a peaceful protest, they would simply start eliminating their undesirable elements once the protest ended. It's likely a persistent problem until the root of the corruption is dealt with. Drugel speaks up again. But the point still stands that as we've seen with Zorg and with me, as a foreigner, we don't exactly have a big stock with, we don't exactly have big investment in local affairs. We could care less, really. Most of these foreign mercenaries aren't here because they want a revolution or because they want to change the world. They're here because they want a little bit of money. And these same things goes with the civilians that are here. If we suddenly go on strike, then perhaps the noble house are just going to throw money at the foreigners here and have them replace us. Effectively strike breakers. That would completely undermine our protest. After all, they just replace us, they would let us know that we are expendable and they could care less who they get their work from. A peaceful protest that suddenly turns violent would likely have a much worse appearance, especially if it's in retaliation to a bunch of the foreigners.
The rest of the party was here, I'd be able to make a more fair decision because I cannot input. I can't speak for them with what's going to happen. I'd like to stay through the end, but with how I hear Zorg and Drugel talk about things, what's stopping them from leaving once it gets hot?
I just want to make sure we know what we are doing. We have a very stable plan and not a risky plan.
If you ask me, I'd say we should wait until the Festival of Prosperity is over. It's too risky. If with all the foreign mercenaries in the lands, they could simply throw money at them. They can outspend whatever we have, even if we have petty nobles supporting us.
They could have saboteurs that they pay just to join us.
Not to mention, even if we did a peaceful protest, we would just be replaced pretty quickly. It's far, far too risky.
We need to wait and plan more.
Darren doesn't seem happy. He does give your ideas some thought. So you're not confident that we have the charisma to persuade these foreigners to join our side. You think that we are going to fail. Is that it?
I never said that. I just feel that your plan is a little risky. And there's many variables. If we wait, there will be less variables and more room to work.
Alright. I see what you both are saying. I suppose it does make some degree of sense. Word about our cause will slowly arrive to other city-states on the wind, though I suppose that's inevitable. let's hold off on talks about how we're doing this. And let's think more about what you want. If we did succeed, what would we want to change? What is the banner that we want to rally everyone to the cause? What sort of change? Do we want to champion the cause of the common people? Do we want... Well, perhaps we want to champion the cause of the common people, the workers. Make our jobs more stable, less liable to be fired at a moment's notice. A little bit of a social reform so that there's less of a class divide in a sense. And perhaps, yes, we could invent the House of the Common People, one that could have a strong influence in the political scene and the lawmaking process. Perhaps that could be a good cause for change. What are all the things that you would want to see?
No homelessness. And,
Everyone in the slums taken care of, and the conditions in the slum taken care of. Not just some people getting selective treatment, but everyone having a baseline of health care, in a sense.
and being able to eat. I mean, like, I saw how they were doing y'all in the mines.
Less slavery. Or moderated slavery.
Debt slavery does have its uses. Drukle says. Which does kinda shock Darren just a little bit. And he just looks back and says, "What? I come from Rivenera, another city-state that has slavery as one of its primary factors. Of course I'm going to support slavery. Slavery does have its uses. Though I suppose we do need to get the slaves and we do need to get the slaves and other unfortunate souls on our banner as well. Otherwise that could threaten the whole protest."
It will also be a powerful force for us.
The only issue is that the nobles probably aren't going to give in, or probably be a lot more resistant to losing a bunch of their cheap labor.
Indeed.
Zora, did you say what you wanted to see? Slavery.
Less slavery is what I
Less
said.
slavery.
Yeah.
Okay. Less slavery.
Or moderated slavery.
Less slavery. Okay. Alright, alright. And Zoid, if you have any input, you can feel free to invite yourself to the table, because they already left
I'm
the door.
just... What? I am simply just listening.
Okay.
It is in my mind. I see this as something that's all too common among other groups. I've heard this 100 times in my passage here. I don't think anything's new, unfortunately.
All right. Bunch of reforms, less slavery. All right. All right. Do you have anything you want to ask this guy?
Is there any place or any way we can talk to you? Or find you?
If you want to find me, then hey, Anton. This guy is the beggar that you had saved from the underground sewers. He definitely looks like he's homeless, unshaven. And he says, Anton typically sticks around here. So, if you wanted to reach me, it can get passed along through Anton. And Anton will likely lead you directly to me.
Good to know.
But if you'd like to train some people in militia training, then we can do that in plain sight. At the training grounds, I'll be sending some people over. A bunch of, commoners and peasants. They're frustrated at the bandit raids and want to know how to protect themselves, or at least know how to swing a sword and defend themselves. Not all of them are necessarily a part of our organization, but I think it would be useful for commoners to be able to, take care of themselves. You think you're up for the task? You were the one that, you offered, right? Like, you basically asked about the job, so.
Yeah. Like, I would need to know more about, like, the benefits that this would bring to Zorg.
The benefits. Well, we don't necessarily have that much money, but we will compensate you, say. Would you be fine with would you be fine with... Would you be fine with... Would you prefer monetary, or would you prefer an item? Or sets of items, like a bucket of, say, unrefined mana crystals or something like that?
Would the materials be worth more or be harder to get the monetary value?
They'd be roughly the same.
Is it like an item that is restricted or hard to get in quantity?
These mana crystals, you could say that mana crystals have some regulation here in Vir. The House of Steel prefers to monopolize them for production purposes, including their ore. So, some mana crystals could be a bit pricey to get. That being said, you'd still be given roughly what they are worth, the equivalent of gold in a mana crystal form.
How much gold would it be? Like, what would the value be?
Let's say 50 gold pieces. Does that sound acceptable for you? Per day.
Per day. Can Zorg haggle with him to get a little bit of a better price?
You can try. What are you gonna say?
Zorg will say his talents and skills, especially with his experience in Spec Ops, is worth a little bit more.
Spec Ops? You were part of the Army and Special Forces? Well, you're going to have to go explain a little bit more about your little resume. Special Forces, what did you do? Assassination?
More frontline special operations.
Ah, the shock trooper corps then. I see. Unless that would be inaccurate.
Pretty much the shock corps. That'd be pretty close to what it would be.
Okay. Do you want to brag about any?
Zorg will show him his insignia of rank, and that'll be about it. Zorg is not going to brag about his achievements.
I see. So it looks like you are who you say you are. Not a lot of people would recognize Spec Ops, but this guy does. You are who you say you are. I see. I see. You wouldn't happen to be that orc that was shot out of a trebuchet by Johnny Gust, now would you?
I see that my fame precedes me.
So that was you. I see. Very well. I didn't realize I was dealing with someone as talented as you. Fine. 100 gold pieces. Would that be acceptable?
That'll work. Zorg will accept.
He hasn't said anything about you, Ash, because Zorg was the only one that offered. Are you looking for a job as well, or looking for any infiltration into their organization?
Zorg trained these people for fighting. I'll just tell the guy that I was in the was it the Hobgoblins or was it Goblins fighting pits?
Hobgoblin fighting pits in Haradel.
I'll let him know that I was in the fighting pits in Hardell and that I can every now and then be pretty persuasive with a rapier.
Would you say that your expertise lies in precision, or footwork, or how would you describe your specialty?
Say it's precision.
Precision. Okay. By the way, your main perk is basically alchemy. If you wanted to offer those services, that's up to you. It doesn't have to be fighting. You could offer out any other attribute you have, including the alchemy and potion making. You could offer poisons or healing potions.
It'd be nice if the commoners knew how to make something for themselves. So yeah, I guess some poisons, some health potions if I can.
You could teach them, or you could just literally try to mass produce and be a supplier, if you want. They get you herbs, they get you herbs you want, and you produce the potions.
Shit, I'm about to be a drug dealer, guys.
If you want a working relationship like that.
Yeah, I definitely want to end up becoming a mafioso Hancho boss.
Okay, well, you haven't done that in character yet, so how are you gonna pitch yourself?
And if you're not too interested with me behind a blade or an arrow, I could also offer some botanical experiences if you catch my drift.
What, you do drugs? Or are you saying that you're an alchemist?
An alchemist, my friend.
I see. I think your skills would be very valuable. What can you make? Technically, you can make anything that the Plague Doctor's taught you, and he would have taught you a lot of basics on how to make a lot of things.
Besides your basic health potions. Well, if you need someone to stop moving but don't want them dead, a few paralyzing potions might do the trick, or some sleeping ones.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure if you have anything up that you're interested, I could think of a way or two to make it happen.
Well, we very much do value your expertise. We'll give you 100 gold pieces 100 gold pieces per day, and we'll be expecting the daily shipment. We'll supply you with the resources you need. Various potions, various poisons. We'll be relying on you.
You'll get my best quality work.
And also, just so you know, rules is written. It's very easy to figure out what a potion does. All they need to do is just take a small dab of the potion, lick it basically, and they know what it does. So you can't exactly fool them if you wanted to go that route. So they will know, generally speaking, what these potions do.
Don't worry, G, it's pure cocaine.
Alright. And Delisle, I'm just gonna have to put that on the shelf until next time. Alright. Now, I forget if I did ask, or if I did answer what you asked about what resources he has, and he would probably vaguely say, we have some friends in higher places, friends with more powers, even in the underground. So I don't think you need to be too concerned on that front. And he looks over to Droogle and he says, but you're interesting. I have to say, you've definitely given me a lot to think about and a lot of new ideas. Would you be interested in joining this? What's in it for me? Well, if you remember what you were talking about the human trafficking problem, I can work with some of the crime organizations, and perhaps we can clamp down on that. There are some hobgoblins, goblins, and bugbears who have been tricked into coming over here into Vir. And with a little bit of help, we can send them directly back to Rivenera. If you care about that situation. Droogle just immediately says, Fine. I'll play along. We'll see where this gets us. And just to be clear, we are doing this, we are trying to give peace a chance, right? We'll have that as our plan A. Fine. Peaceful protest after the Festival of Prosperity. We'll need food supplies, we'll need some basic arms, we'll need woods to form barricades and walls in case they decide to send some mercenary armies after us. If we can procure all of that, then perhaps we can resolve this cause amicably. At least that's the hope. I don't particularly care. Well, at least that's the hope. I don't want too many innocent people dying, but if it does turn to war, well, so be it. And do you two want to say anything?
Of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to take. Nah.
Will not speak.
Not speaking? Alright. And with that, also I can't think of anything, unless you want to ask anything. If you want to information gather for secrets, and potentially get some people hanged, you can do so.
Zork's not really down for the hanging of people. He would rather revolve. So.
Okay, then do you want to know anything about the rebellion at all? Because they've gone through a bunch of theories on what to do, why they're doing it.
I'll just tell him to make sure to let me know if anything's going on.
Let them know if what?
If anything happens, like if they have a plan or they're doing anything.
Very well. From the looks of it, we're going to be waiting until after the festival, when all the foreigners are out. Okay. Alright. Anything you want to say, Ash?
Nah, it's been a good session, no?
Alright. We are at game. So, Zoid, is there anything we see? Basically, everyone's wrapping up, they're finished eating their meals. Darren leaves the table. They're all probably preparing to leave. But what do we see this mysterious guy do?
He hasn't touched the drink except for perhaps at certain points to simply hold it. Not even lift it. He hasn't lifted it up from the table even for the entire time. But as people begin to leave, he picks it up and he's going to basically take it over to the counter and leave it there with a small tip of 1 copper for whoever is working at the bar.
Not feeling well? That's the barkeep, by the way.
I changed my mind about this one. Perhaps you can find another patron in order to provide them with this on my behalf.
He kind of frowns at you. He's taking it. He's without saying anything. He's kind of taking it like, oh, is my drinks really that bad? Does it smell funny? And he starts investigating it. It's like,
please, my good tavern keeper. It is nothing to do with this, nor your product. It is simply just a factor of myself. I am not feeling well tonight. On account of perhaps a certain sight that I did not wish to remember. My internals are churning from it, and I find any food or drink to be repulsive at this point. I apologize.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. He goes, all right, buddy. Well, you go rest your stomach or rest your head or do whatever you need to do. Be sure to get something to eat, at least before you go to bed, alright?
For a place such as this, you are rather attentive. I appreciate that. I will take your advice, and I will find something before I rest for the evening.
Good. Take care for the night. And he waves you out.
I will wave back with a single arm at him. I won't simply leave, but I will turn. Now, very quickly before we end things, like I said, going around, I would have heard this whole talk.
Yep.
Disgruntled workers, they would have been speaking about, oh yeah, we're going to do this or that. So this conversation isn't new to me. But maybe the fact that there's actually some sort of organization, possibly, the fact that they actually have access to something like a military training ground under the guise of defense, and they're doing otherwise, that's... I don't want to see people get hurt, and that's a huge amount, and especially if you're asking random people who barely know anything to get involved with that. That's not good. And so I am going to attempt to try to follow. The miners don't seem very interested, but because these three individuals I see in front of me, which don't seem, if they're the ones that are being recruited into this organization, oh boy, that's not good. If they're going to these kinds of people for help, that means that whatever army or rebellion comes out of this, it's not gonna look organized, and it's gonna be chaotic. And so I need to figure out how far does this go, and how to stop people from getting hurt unnecessarily. If these people are going to do it themselves, then they can do it themselves. I don't want other people getting involved. Especially after hearing that kid say that he wanted to be a mercenary. That did not make me feel good. So that is kind of my thing. So I'm going to attempt to try to follow them. If not directly with that whole, I'm going to be, turning corners, I'm rather going to do it from the perspective of rather asking people along the road and purposely leaving myself out of their vision entirely and simply utilizing other people to be the breadcrumbs as they travel.
You're acting a little suspicious over there, pal.
Oh, I'm at the door right now. I'm waiting.
No, I like
I'm
out of
gone.
character. Just out of character.
Oh,
You're acting awfully
Oh.
suspicious over there, you know? You better watch out for an axe in the back.
Okay. Along. I'm actually gonna roll a 1d20. Because there is a chance with how lucky Secret is that he might just happen to bump into you as you're stalking them.
Ooh, that's...
So as you're asking random people, Secret, you do spot the back of presumably Ash and Zorg and Zalile walking down the street. They turn the corner, and presumably as you are going to be walking up to catch up with them to the church, a strange robed man who's obviously not a human. In fact, from here, you two can interact.
He probably would be rushing to get to his next dinner date, probably at this point. So when he sees that, he kind of looks at them. He was probably going to go ignore Zorg and
Okay.
Ash doing whatever stupid thing they were going to do. And then he sees the robe figure and then kind of looks where he was going, looks at the robe figure, maybe sees the outline of it and goes, damn it. And just like turns around and clears his throat at the robed figure and says, "Excuse me, stranger."
the
I
stranger
apologize for
will
interrupting.
do the individual in front of you will do a quick head bow.
If you do not mind, stranger, do you mind if I see your face?
Remind me, can I see his symbol on him?
No, it's underneath his robe.
No? Okay, gotcha. So I'll simply delete that. He is wearing rather expensive stuff, correct? Or semi?
What you see in the picture that Jam brought up is pretty close to what he wears. It's very similar to his tribal garb when he lived in
Gotcha.
Drensis with his tribe. But there's definitely like embellishments to it, if that makes sense.
How fresh are his wounds, by the way? 'Cause you mentioned the other ones were days old.
They were
How-
from today.
Yeah,
What are the
Um,
injuries.
nature of?
Yep.
What were the nature of them?
I don't remember.
Falling injuries.
It was just mostly, yeah, but it was mostly like what, blunt? Like he never
Blunt.
was slashed. Yeah, it was mostly just blunt injuries. Nothing ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah. I
Like
again,
blunt
I
force
won't-
trauma.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I probably wouldn't worry about that unless he's hobbling around.
No, he's not. He's fine.
Yeah, I
He'll
will
just heal him. He'll be healing himself in the morning when he has spells
Okay.
back.
Gotcha. Again, the eyes will stare at you for a second underneath. And then you hear the voice come out from underneath the hood. I do not feel comfortable with such a choice on my part.
And perhaps maybe I started off on the wrong foot. I apologize. I am doing a million things at once. However, allow me to introduce myself and maybe allay some fears. My name is Secret Dream. I am a seer of the Church of Surkava and son of Surkava, one of the sons of Surkava.
You'll see him like bow his head now a slightly bit deeper with a bit of a torso